T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Dog goes woof, cat goes meow, bird goes tweet, and mouse goes squeak. Cow goes moo, frog goes croak, and the elephant goes toot. Ducks say quack, and fish go blub, and the seal goes ow, ow, ow. But there's one sound that no one knows. What does the fox say? What the fox say? What the fox say? Happy, happy, happy ho. Happy, happy, happy ho. Happy, happy, happy ho. What the fox say? What the fox say? Big blue eyes, pointy nose, chasing mice and digging holes. Tiny paws up the hill, Suddenly you're standing still. Your fur is red, so beautiful, like an angel in disguise. But if you meet a friendly host, will you communicate by MOASS? How will you speak to that horse? What does the fox say? What the fox say? What the fox say? What the fox say? What does the fox say? The secret of the fox, ancient mystery, somewhere deep in the woods. I know you're hiding. What is your sound? Will we ever know? Will always be a mystery. What do you say? You're my guardian angel, hiding in the woods. What is your
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Yes, screw them. That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Are you guys liking the price this morning? I know this is fun, right? It's all fun right now. This ain't nothing yet, though. Just wait, guys. I know the day's gonna come. The day's gonna come where I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna be absolutely blown up in the middle of the night, at 3 o'clock my time. Everybody's gonna be like, dude, the price is like over $100. You just wait and see. It's gonna come. One of those days is gonna come, and everybody's gonna be trying to wake me up. I'm gonna be like, guys, I know. this stuff happens. This is called screwing the hedgies. Oh man. Hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. I don't really have anything specifically that I want to talk about today. I'm already starting to clean the glasses here, getting ready for numbers for a little bit later. But I hope you guys all had a great weekend. Got away from it all, did your thing. I went to like 2 different football. I went to one football game, kind of sort of went to another one, but not really. I had to go drop kids off and take kids places and stuff. And the other game I actually attended, and then we had a birthday party this weekend. So yeah, we had a fun-filled weekend. We had a lot of stuff to do, and so I was busy. So I really didn't get a whole lot done. In fact, late last night, I decided to get on the computer for like the first time all weekend long, and I was like, I should probably put together the whole ape on the other sheet, and lo and behold, I run OBS for my streaming here. OBS had an update, and I'm like, oh cool, I'll do an update. I'd already done a computer reboot this weekend, so I was like, oh, I'll just do that update. So I do the update. It changes everything. It changes everything. I had to redo all the page. If the page is looking funny right now, like maybe there's too much space at the bottom of the page, that's because I had to redo it, and I don't know how to fix that until I'm gonna have to futz around with it some more, I guess, in order to figure out how to fix that. But apologize if things tend to look a little smaller than what they were. In fact, let's go to the other screen real quick. Kind of curious how that's gonna look. Excuse me. To me, it looks like everything fits. I don't know if there's space at the bottom of the screen now. Yeah, it does look like there's a little bit of space maybe at the bottom of the screen. Interesting. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know, but I had to change things up a little bit in order to make it look right for me. But anyways, good morning to you guys. Good morning to everybody that said good morning. Brandon says this is about as good as William Chung singing "She Bangs." Don't forget, guys. One of the reasons why I kind of played this song a little bit was, for those of you guys who don't remember, or maybe you haven't been in the play long enough, or maybe you haven't been a part of the social media that's been saying it. But a lot of people on Reddit, I think it was Reddit, said that if they stop us from being able to communicate, go to Gangman style on YouTube, and we'll communicate through there. I want you guys to note that I do have backup places that I'm going to go, and it's listed in the description of this channel. So, if anything should happen, Twitch will be my first backup. It's got the Twitch account name in there. Discord will be a secondary backup, and Twitter Space Call will be last but not least, the last choice of a way to be able to communicate with you guys. Danny says the Dolphins whoop the Pats. That was great to be at. That's good. I'm glad you went to a game. Free with an H at the end is not a problem. Free. Good morning, Lose Boobs. Jays, good morning. So we got about 5 more minutes before I can start kind of running through the numbers here. I'm going to go ahead and log into my my brokerage. But yeah, we're just up in the pre-market, not significantly, but it definitely kind of looks significant. We're up 3.6% on AMC at $10.07. On Ape, we're at $2.53% up at $5 and oh, no, that's not right, not $5. It is $5, but it's I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Hold on a second. $5.67. Just throwing this out there, we have reset synthetic price failures for both AMC and Ape with some of the more recent move upwards, which means we're either setting new highs or we're going to see a failure on price again, at, up to 19.5 or greater percent. So we're going to continue to watch that and track those numbers. 570. We've actually been on newer highs on Ape for a while now, and I believe 570 was our highest. Yeah. So I was tracking new lows, waiting for a synthetic price failure, but we never got down to 459, which would have been that key target number. We hit 569 in pre-market this morning so far, so we almost set a new high, moving up from our last synthetic price failure. So we're still tracking highs. And let's see here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could keep somebody out of your account that you may not want there. Certainly an added level of protection. Alrighty. Did anybody go see any movies this weekend? I didn't get a chance to go see any movies this weekend. Apparently, Adam Aaron had a tweet last night. Let me read it to you. I was hoping for how about them cockles. It wasn't that though. Let's see. The last I did not see his 13 hours ago one. He said, "Where were you 21 years ago today? I was at Manhattan's Essex House Hotel watching live the worst attack on U.S. soil since December 7th, 1941, which FDR proclaimed was a day that will live in infamy to the victims and especially the heroes of FDNY and NYPD. Americans remember. America remembers." And then we've got his most latest tweet 6 hours ago. Disney and AMC do huge movie business together, and I have said for years that the consumer's voracious quest for content allows both movie theaters and streamers to thrive. So I am thrilled that tens of millions of Disney Plus subscribers now get perks exclusively at AMC theaters. Subscriber perks are being a Disney Plus subscriber has its perks: six months of Uber One membership, Disney Movie Insider bonus points, special screenings at AMC theaters. So that must be part of the bonus. We're gonna get some special screenings from Disney movies apparently. So that's cool. Be interesting to see what all is listed later. Leave no 8 behind. Good morning to you. Danny says, "How about them cockles?" That's right. Misty He says she was working. Sorry to hear that. Cockles, the gift that keeps on giving. That's right. All right, it's 6:20. It's time to take a look at our numbers. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page. Our big winner, our big winner for the week last week was keto. Everybody got a price prediction tally point, but keto gets the bonus point for having the price closest to the average price of both Ape and AMC, or the combined price, I should say. He got the bonus point for that. So we're going to award that to him, and he wins the week. So when you see keto, congratulate him on his week. Short exempt volume. I updated all this information last night so you guys would see it. I added Ape in there so that you guys can see the Ape is in there. I don't know how I'm gonna do. I don't want to. I don't know if I'm gonna count days for both of them, or if I'm just gonna say like one of three whenever like one of them hits. If it's like 2 out of 3, maybe I'll just I'll say 2 out of 3 on whichever one's the one that's colored in green. I actually have day over day price increase in green. It was. It shouldn't be in green. Let me change that real quick. It should be. We've only had 1 out of 3 days in a row over 5% on those. So those should actually be red still. So let me change those real quick here. If we get 2 out of 3 days, then they turn yellow, and green if it meets the 3 days in a row. Moving down to Max Payne. Oh, I guess maybe I should read off the data. Short exempt volume was up. I think we were down to 100K, a little over 100K on short exempt volume for AMC. 361.9 thousand shares on from Friday. 26.8 from Ape. And then we've got 100% utilization still as of Friday. I got to actually I got to check that right now. I have not checked that one. That's one of the ones I have not verified. Let me just verify that we had 100% utilization. I need to update those. Okay, so I'm still seeing 100% utilization. Let me verify the dates correct. We have a reporting of September 9th being 100%, so it was indeed 100% utilization. And utilization for Ape coming in at 88.24 for September 9th, 88.24. So slightly down further. Moving down to Max Payne, which is directly below me. I have no idea what the numbers are for this week. It looks like they're set for 16. This is a combined price of AMC and Ape. Let me just refresh and make sure it's right. No, it's not. Okay, it's $15. $15. Let me verify what the price is combined between the two. I don't have any of these set up. That's kind of crazy. Hold on a second. Combined, the combined price between AMC and Ape currently at $15.72. So we are just slightly over the 15 Max Payne. Institutional. Actually, let's move to off exchange. Off exchange. Final numbers for Friday. For AMC was 55.10, and EDGX was at 12.38 for a combined total of 67.48%. That's about 3.48% higher than an average day. Ape was at finished off the day at 52.12 and 10.07 for the EDGX for a combined total of 62.19, which is about a little less than 2% below what I would consider to be an average day for off-exchange volume. Institutional ownership. As of oh, you know what? I do not have my sticky notes up. Hold on one second. I got to pull my sticky notes. As of Friday, we had 154.565 million shares owned by institutions. That number has not changed since Friday. Taking a look at the top right-hand side of the screen, shares on loan for AMC is at 195.24 million. I think that's going to be day over day a little bit less, maybe a million shares less. Utilization still 100%. Our current short share interest of the free float's at 21.49%. We'll take a closer look at the numbers after we look at options. For Ape, we have 47.35 million shares on loan. Short share interest of the free float's at 7.02%. And taking a look at our options, I'm just going to be looking at options chain for Ape for AMC1. I think this is a quad witching week, if I'm not mistaken. I think this might be a quad witching week. I'm looking at the options right now. I can see it. I can see the elevated numbers that are listed here in the options contracts. There is a lot. So options this week has a higher strike price than last week. We had 41 was the high number for strike price last week. We have 50 being the highest amount for our lottery ticket winners. There's 32.3 thousand contracts at a $50 strike for calls. Those are our lottery ticket losers over there. Maybe they'll turn into winners. That would be awesome. Highest level of call volume for this week is at a $30 strike. That's up from 14 from last week. There's 23.5 thousand contracts. That's a lot from what we've been seeing. In regards to puts, highest amount of volume is currently at a strike of 20. So there's a lot of in the money puts right now. Because there's 15,000 at 20, there's about 10,000 at 25, and 13,000 at 30. So there's definitely some puts that are going to probably be collected perhaps here soon at a $20 strike price. 15,000. We'll have to see what ends up happening here, but let me put the numbers in. $20. 15.5 thousand contracts. Uh-oh. Give me 1 second, guys. My wife needs help. I'm texting her real quick here. All right. I may have to sign off here in a little bit. She needs a little help. So let me finish running through the numbers here real quick. Let's see here. What's next? We looked at options. Let me move a couple screens over, and I will go over the rest of the information here. Let's see here. All right. Taking you guys over the other page. Let's take a look at what's going on with Ortex data. Here's your utilization being 100% for, let's see, today is day number 149. 149 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. On loan amount, let's see here. Day over day. Actually, hold on. Give me a second, guys. I gotta text her one more time here. All right, finishing off the numbers here. I'm gonna have to take off here and go help her out. let me finish off the numbers and then I'm going to head out of here. But 196 on loan and then we went down. We went from 196. Oh, let me zoom in on this just a tad bit. We went from 196 million shares on loan down to 195.24. So 800,000 shares were returned on AMC. Of which, of the 800,000 shares that returned, let's try and figure out like how much of that was in short interest. Short interest fell from 21.55 to 21.49, which is 0.006 or 0.06 rather. So, oops. Of the 800,000, about 300,000 of it was in short interest shares. Our on loan average age per day rose day over day from 41.48 to 42.17. And our security lending volume was up quite a bit from 10.51 million to 19.41, so it almost doubled. On Ape, shares on loan decreased from 47.35 to 36.18, so 11.2 million. I think that's right. 11.2 million shares having been returned. Security lending volume for the day on Ape was down from 20.74 to 17.39. Orders by Fidelity customers from Friday. Sorry, I'm still texting with her back and forth here. I gotta go rescue her. Let's see here. From GME. GME was traded 16th most heavily traded stock with 60% buys to 40% sales. It's the bare minimum that I like to see on buy to sell ratios. Ape came in at 19th. We had a 59% 41 on Ape percentage buy ratio. AMC was down on Friday. It was 22nd. It was still on the top 30 list, but we had a 40% buy to 60% sell ratio. So we're probably going to see some of that. The less buying pressure on AMC we'll probably see within a 2-day period of time. So it could be as late as Tuesday, today or Tuesday. We may see the effects of not as much buying pressure. May. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day on AMC is $8.75. Shares available to borrow. Over the weekend, it looks like they didn't do a whole lot of borrowing, but I'm going to count what I can. We got 50,000, 100. And then 350. So 350, 450, 500,000 shares is what I'm seeing right now. Last Friday, they only borrowed 650,000 shares. Fees are at 19.3%. Futures for the market are looking green. We're looking at, well, some of them are not so green, some are neutral. We're looking at about maybe a 0.5%, anywhere from 1/4 to a 0.5% up, depending on where you're looking. The VIX is down in the pre-market about 2.17. So those numbers kind of match up. It's making sense. Markets overseas, last day of trading last week was up anywhere from 1.5% to almost 2.5%, depending on which market it is you're looking at. In the pre-market this morning, Tesla is up 0.64, Amazon's up 0.76, Cinemark is down 0.21, Doge is up 1.36, Bitcoin is up 2.02. It is Bitcoin, by the way, guys, is hovering right at that line. It's right at my shoulder for the head and shoulders. Hold on a second, I got cough. It's driving right here to this level of resistance. If it can punch past 22.4, this may end up being wrong here. But I'm not expecting it. We'll see. We'll end up seeing what happens here. Yeah, I'm really kind of expecting to see Bitcoin start dropping back down here, perhaps this weekend. GME is up 2.49. HYMC up is up 2.12. Hood is up 1.23. NCMI is down 2.73. Ape is up 2.35, and AMC is up 3.4 in the pre-market. Last week we had about $2 million roughly more in outflow and inflow on AMC, with 59,000 shares traded so far this morning. We'll be waiting for our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, but I'm unfortunately going to be gone to go help my wife, so I'll have to take a look at those numbers. Maybe you guys can check them for me and verify those numbers for me, so that when I get back I can make a volume prediction, or I'll be looking at them while I'm on the road. Taking a look at Ape. Last Friday we had about $100,000 more in inflow than outflow. So far this morning traded 8.67. I would say with both the volumes, I can almost kind of tell you right now that based off of these numbers, pre-market numbers, I would probably go with the same or pretty close to the same numbers as what I went with on Friday, where we would see somewhere between 5 to 25 million in Ape shares traded for the day today and 30 to 50 million on AMC. I was just kind of basing it off of what we saw from last Friday. I feel like we're kind of seeing some similar numbers. In regards to some of the hourly time indicators that I look at, we have very strong buying pressure on the hourly for AMC, and signaling overbought at 71.4. On Ape, we have, on the 30-minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.07, which is signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57, which is slightly above average. On Ape, on the hourly time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.3, which is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.81, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.2, which is slightly above that. That's above average. Taking a look at Ichimoto. On the hourly time indicator, we have price well above the conversion line and the baseline, which are conversion is above base, lagging line is well above price line. Everything looks like a very strong buy on this. In order for this to come back down and show signs of weakness, it would have to come back to the conversion line, which is showing about 553. We're currently at 566. On AMC, similar looking numbers. Conversion line is above baseline, lagging line is above price line, and you've got current price at $10.04. And a sign of weakness would be price coming down and hitting the conversion line, which would be at $9.84. Looks like I'm going to need to draw some more Fibonacci retracements to kind of get like an idea for levels of support and resistance, unless I just don't have it. Oh, no, maybe not. I got them there. I just didn't have it on. And let me check the other one real quick. Alrighty. I can see what it is you guys are writing. Nah, she's still working right now, guys. She's still working. But I'm gonna head out of here so that when she gets off work, I'll be able to come help her out. Yo says I hope she gets Casey a MK fanny pack for Christmas. I don't. I don't hope so for that at all. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna head out of here real quick because I don't want to be. I don't want to make her sit around way too long. I know that she gets off. She gets off work here at 7, which means she'll probably be walking outside about 7:15. So I got a few more minutes left here because it only takes me 20 minutes to drive over there. But if it takes me 20 minutes, 40 minutes, I'll be back before market open. I probably won't make it back before the time I normally get back by. So, Danny, I'm not a dead man at all. In fact, I'm going to end up being a hero here. So, I'm not in trouble at all. I gotta go. I gotta go rescue the damsel in distress. So let me go ahead and put on some music for you guys, and then I'm gonna head out of here. I will be back probably about 10 minutes or so before market. Maybe 5 minutes before market opens. It's gonna be real tight. Monty's got price prediction in here. I got you down, Monty. If you guys see Keto put his numbers in, let me know because I won't see him while I'm gone. 1485 to 1785. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Hot Koch to the rescue. Let me put up my message. I'm just going to go ahead and figure that I'm going to be back like 5 minutes before market opens. So let's call that. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I'll be back well before market opens. I don't know what I'm thinking. I think I'm ahead. I'll be well back. All right, I'll be back at let's say 7:30. I'll be back at 7:30. We'll take a look at Pokey Stick and then real quickly. So I'll be back at 7:30 a.m. I lost track of what time it was. For some reason, I was thinking market opens in 45 minutes. It's not. It's not. It's an hour and 45 minutes. I got plenty of time here. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and sign off. Leave you guys some music, and I will see you when I get back. She says, "My hero." I told her, I said, I'm gonna get back online, and I'm gonna make fun of you. So she's listening. She's listening right now. So she locked her keys in the car, in the truck. We have a way of getting. I have a really old 1990s. I think it's yeah, 1996 Toyota Tacoma. And with old vehicles, you have special tricks, right? Because old vehicles have special tricks about them. And so there's a way to get into the vehicle should you happen to lock your keys in the vehicle. So I had told her, I said, hey, try that way that we know getting into the vehicle. And so she she actually was able to manage. She didn't think that she was going to be able to do it, but she was managed to be able to get inside, and so I didn't have to drive all the way over there. I was on my way over, but then she let me know that she was able to get in. So all good. Catastrophe avoided. Donald says, no, I don't. Casey has a multiplier, I believe. It's almost 3 times the size of last Friday's Pokey. All right, let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at our numbers here for Pokey Stick. Oh, wow. All right, so we already have 278,000 shares having been traded on AMC, and it's not too far past. So we can subtract out how much volume there was there that occurred. So let's see. We got about 5,000 there. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 5, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. About 26,000 off of where we're at right now at 281. So we actually had really this pokey stick of volume here, which was 190,000 shares. Looks like we might have had let's see, 265. Do some math here. Looks like we had about around 67,000 shares, perhaps, having been traded going into the pokey stick of volume for AMC, plus the additional 190 for the pokey stick gave us 257,000 shares. That's going to be really darn close to about 50,000, sorry, 50 million shares traded for the day. Just dang near close. So I'm going to raise my estimates just slightly from earlier because I said 30 to 50. I'm actually going to raise it to about I'm going to go 35.55. Yeah, I think that should do it. I technically should go 40-60 with these numbers, but I'm a little afraid that they've been able to knock down volume quite a bit, and I'm afraid that if I go 40-60, that I'll end up missing the lower side if they should happen to be able to knock down volume for the day to day. So I'm gonna go 35.55 just to try and catch a little more of the bottom side. I'll probably, like I said, like I normally say, I'd rather be low than high on volume predictions. And then let's take a look at Ape. Pokey stick of volume. Well, we had almost dang near 5,000 shares traded or something like that going into it. So let's see what we got here. Let's start doing some more math. Looks like we've had about 8.8 thousand shares having been traded since the pokey stick on Ape. Our pokey stick of volume for Ape was at 78,000 shares minus the 87,000 that I'm kind of figuring in total, giving us 9.2 thousand shares going into the pokey stick of volume or thereabouts. So I'm not probably going to change anything. That is pretty low volume. 87,000 shares going into our pokey stick of volume is not going to allow me to predict much more than 5 to 25 million shares traded for the day. So we got somewhere between 35 and 55 on AMC and 5 to 25 on Ape. Z Wade, good morning to you. One second, I gotta go grab my phone real quick. Apparently I set it down. I'll be right back. Maggie, good morning to you. Danny, good morning. Roseanne, good morning to you. Yes, we are live. You can hit live. I mean, there's always going to be a little bit of delay between Despina. There's always going to be a little bit of delay between what I'm showing versus what you're seeing. I usually have somewhere between a 15 and 25 second delay. If you do hit Every once in a while, I have really, really, really bad internet. Every once in a while, you might need to hit live on your live stream to make sure that you're not like getting buffered at all. It tends to happen. I've heard some people say they don't have any buffering issues at all. I've heard some people. I think it depends on what rate you watch the stream. Salty Dog, good morning to you. Athens, Greece. Nice. Welcome from Athens, Greece. I've been there. I have been there. Long, long time ago. It's a crazy story. My mom and I were big time fans of listening to radio stations and winning prizes on radio stations. And so I was really super lucky. I mean, super super lucky. She would always let me do the calling because I could get through. Like I always managed to get through the phone services. I always managed to win stuff all the time. So she let me do the calling. One morning they had a question to win tickets to go see Zorba the Greek in Washington D.C. This was back in probably like 1986. So this is, I believe. Let me just look up the name. Not, I believe. I know who it is, but I can't remember his name. I gotta look up his name because I always forget it. Ah, yeah, Anthony Quinn. So Anthony Quinn played Zorba the Greek, and he was playing in it. The radio station we were listening to is auctioning off, or not auctioning off, but giving away tickets to go see Zorba the Greek, and I I won. One of the questions she had to ask or answer was something about Paul, which this disciple Paul had to or wrote some book of the Bible on what Greek island or something like that. I don't remember what the question was or the answer. She answered all that, and I didn't have to do anything. But anyways, um, I called in, got through, was the right number caller, and she answered the question, got it right, so we got free tickets to go see Zorba the Greek. And so we went to go watch. She thought, it'd be nice to take me to go see Zorba the Greek with Anthony Quinn. So we go there. What we didn't realize, or I think what we realized, what we didn't know how to do was we were supposed to, when the show was over, the people who had won the tickets, which I don't remember how many it was, like 20 people or something like that, were able to go down to the stage and meet Anthony Quinn in person on the stage after the show was over, to where he was going to hand everybody roses, and there was going to be a raffle uh, for for you to win a cruise of the Greek islands. Um, and we were there. We didn't. My mom didn't know how to get down to the behind the scenes of the stage. She didn't know where we were supposed to go or what we were supposed to do or anything. So we left. So I never got a chance to meet Anthony Quinn, but apparently Anthony Quinn drew our names. So we got a phone call saying that we won a week-long tour cruise of the Greek islands. And and so my mom and dad said that it would be more cheap for them to buy a ticket for me to go with them and them take the award. So they took me along, and so I've actually toured the Greek islands and also been to Turkey. That was one of our stops, was Turkey. I almost got lost in the black market in Turkey, in Istanbul. Actually, it's not. I didn't. It's not that I almost got lost. I did get lost in the black market in Turkey, and luckily somehow managed to find my parents before getting swept up. But yeah, so I've toured a lot of the different Greek islands. I don't remember which ones we did. Uh, for the life of me, I was only 10 years old at the time. But it was one of a kind stories that I was able to go over those Greek islands. I remember I remember the very first time that I ever went to a nude beach was in Greece. No, it wasn't in Greece. It was one of the islands. Yeah, it was one of the islands. I don't remember which one. So we so we go to this beach and there's a bunch of topless women over there. My mom afterwards when we got back in the bus to head back to the cruise ship, she's like, "I'm so proud of you. You didn't act weird or funny or strange on the topless beach." But let me tell you, from my perspective as a kid, my eyeballs were like probably like my eyelids were like wide open as just like big old eyeballs. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. But yeah, I think Crete was one of the I think that was one of the islands if I'm not mistaken. But that's where I learned to make baklava. When we went over there, we enjoyed baklava so much that we decided we were going to learn how to make it, and so we I make this amazing baklava dish. Yeah, I think it was. Ooh man, I don't remember which one. My mom, if my mom's listening, she'll be able to put in what island it was. It was the question for. She knows. Yeah, let me tell you, Jana, it was a really good win. I'm super lucky, super lucky. I've got it. My luck has dissipated over time. But when I was younger, I used to win all kinds of stuff. I got to see a premiere showing of Harry and the Hendersons. Do you guys remember that? That's a really old movie. But yeah, I got to see that one. We got to see the premiere of it. That was a big win. I'm trying to remember some of the other big wins I had, but I think for sure the Greek cruise was probably the best one. Although it would have been really nice to have met Anthony Quinn and get a rose from him. That would have been kind of cool. Yeah, I'll never forget, Danny, what happened when we were in Turkey. My parents, my mom specifically, my mom handed me $100 bill, an American $100 bill, and she said, and this is back in 1986, so $100 back then was a lot of money. They handed me $100 bill. First time I'd ever, I think it might have been the only and first time, or not, yeah, the very first time that I'd ever held on to a $100 bill in my hand. They gave me a $100 bill and they said, if you get separated from us, find a taxi cab, get in the taxi, rip the dollar bill in half, and give him half the $100. Or before you get in the taxi, rip the dollar bill in half and say, "My parents have the other half, the $100." And that when we get to the ship, they will give you the other half of the money. That was the plan. The plan was is that if we got separated or anything should happen, I was to go to a taxi cab, tell the cab driver to take me to the I think it was the Princess was the name of the I don't remember what the name of the ship was. And then they were supposed to just drive us over there and or he was supposed to drive me over there and then I would give him the other half the 100. She said don't ever show him the other half. Make sure you just show him the one half and tell him that we're going to give him the other half. And then when you get there, you give him the other half and then get on the ship. So that was the plan. Um, huh? Yeah, I was 10 years old. 10 years old at the time. So I got lost in Istanbul black market over there, and and I panicked. I panicked at first. My dad was looking for a samovar, and they were going around to different shops. I had gone outside because there were some kids that were playing in an alleyway with these tops that they were playing with, these weird vase-looking tops that they had string attached to them. And they'd spin them, and then they would spin around. So I was sitting there watching the kids, and then apparently my parents had come out of the store, gone to the next store, and they thought that I knew that. Well, at some point, I went back into the same store that I had last seen them in, and we got separated from there. So I never made it to a taxi cab. I relentlessly searched for them and then found them. And I was a little panicked. I think they were more panicked than I was. Yeah, yeah, it was kind of nice. In FINRA report today on Ape publication, what's your thoughts? I have not seen it. Let me check and see here what we got going on. Let's see what we got here. So what is FINRA reporting? Is FINRA report today on Ape publication? What's your I haven't seen any reports, and I'm looking. I'm not sure which one it is that you're talking about specifically, but I'm looking at Ape right now. Is there a specific report that you're referencing? Is there a SEC filing, or let me check and see here. Last filing I see is on 9/1, and it was the 13G that was filed by those that hedge fund from Israel, not the country, the name of the guy. I think it was. I think getting lost in Istanbul in the black market in the 80s was an interesting story. You know, mid to late 80s. It was a different time back then. Well, Sammy, what I think is interesting is that um, I mean, if I don't know if you guys know this or not, but if I and I don't ever specifically remember my mom mentioning this to me, but if I had given him the larger half of a $100 bill, he would have actually been able to claim full ownership of the $100 bill. Because I believe the rule is that as long as you own more than 50% of the bill, that you can just cash it in at a bank. They will honor anything greater than 50% of a bill. No, I was in. We were all over the place, Sammy. But Turkey was where I got lost. We were in Greece. We were on a lot of the Greek islands. I don't remember all the names of the ones we were at, but there was like if I feel like there was at least like 4 or 5 islands we went to. I know we went to the one. You guys see the pictures with all the blue roofs, and I think that might have been the island that we won the answer from. I don't know, but whichever that one is, we rode these mules up the side of this mountain, zigzagging back and forth up the side of the mountain to the top where the white structured homes are with the blue roofs. We went to that one. We were in Athens, Greece. We went to Turkey. I don't remember any of the others. I don't remember any of the other names. Backyard, how's it going? That's Santorini. Let me look it up. Santorini. Yep, that's the one. That's definitely. I mean, I'll never forget those blue dome roofs. They're so beautiful. In fact, my parents actually they remodeled the house one time to look just like that. They did white stucco and blue roofing. It was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And that mule ride up the side of the hill was not fun. That sounds. Those might be the islands, Despina. Mykonos, Paros, and Santorini. Those might be the ones. If my mom's listening, she'll answer in later this morning and tell you. So it might have been the five. It might have been those five. It might have been Greece, Turkey, uh, Mykonos. I think it's Mykonos, Paros, and Santorini. I think those might have been the five. Because that sounds really familiar. But it was a great time. I absolutely loved the culture. The people were interesting. I love the tea that we had in. It was a spiced tea. I don't remember exactly what it was, but the spiced tea that I think that we had in Istanbul was absolutely wonderful. It was this. It was almost like I really don't know how to. It was almost like an apple cider, but it wasn't. It was a tea, but it was spiced. Was it chai tea? Maybe it was chai tea. It was spicy. I just remember it being spicy as a kid, because I was only 10 years old, but it was spicy and it was good. It was really, really super good. It may have been chai tea. Now that I think about it, because I've had chai tea and it is spicy. So I also, um, growing up as a kid, I was not a salad kind of person. But I actually grew fond of eating salads when they were Greek salads. Backyard Boogie saying, "Yo, Casey, you think Johnny D's nuts will show up today?" That's- we're getting some good volume this morning, Backyard Boogie, but I don't know about Johnny D's nuts. In fact, I tend to think, and this is just historically going back and looking at what happened to some other squeeze plays from the past. Oftentimes, some of the big moves in prices happen in the pre-market or aftermarket hours. So what you're really going to be looking for in regards to D's nuts, I would wait for those Johnny D's nuts to pop up during those periods of time. Yo says boomers ruin the world with stucco and linoleum. Is that what? I don't know. They bought. I don't know if they. I don't know if the. Oh. Oh yeah. Not. Not. Yep. Hold on a second, guys. Let's see here. Sam says boomers suck. They're holding the world back in so many ways. I mean, they're holding on to a lot of money. I don't remember the popcorn ceiling. Well, I remember them from here in the United States. I don't remember seeing them overseas. I do remember I've got a somewhere my mom's got it, or maybe I have the picture, and I don't know who's holding on to it anymore. But there's a picture. Somebody's got a picture of me running in the. I'm gonna ruin the name, but Parthenon. The Greek. I'm gonna look it up. Parthenon. Parthenon. But I ran a lap around the Parthenon. I think that was it. Maybe I'm saying the name wrong. Pantheon is in Italy. No, no, no. It was not it. It was the no. It's called the Parthenon. Oh, no, maybe it's Pantheoniac Stadium, Athens, and maybe that's it. Pantheonic. I don't know how to say this. Pantheonic Stadium. Looks like that's the name of it. My parents have a picture of me running around the track there. Not the Parthenon. It's Pantheoniac. I can't say it. I don't know if they still let people run around that thing or not. But I'll show you a picture of what it is that I was running around. Whatever this is. Whatever this picture is here. Only when I did it, they didn't have this. This looks like it's been rubberized here. Um, it was all just gravel. Yeah, it was just all gravel there. It was the stadium. I don't know if it's the main stadium at Olympia. I don't know what this is. Whatever this is it. I'm pretty sure. Looks familiar. Yeah, the Olympic Stadium. That's the one. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I wonder how much of it's changed since I was there. All right. I'm gonna take a break. Thorbladed the 6 a.m. pokey sticks of volume. We had enough there for me to kind of predict. I'm going for a prediction of 35 to 55 million on AMC for the day, and 5 to 25. That is up on AMC in volume. Also, just kind of throwing this out there in case you guys were wondering. I did do the I pulled the values for 9.8 and 9.9 for Suck Squeeze Bang Blow, and we've got a hit for 9.9 with 10.91% up total between AMC and Ape, and 83% volume up day over day. This could end up being I could change this to potentially, I mean, because this is a pretty large increase in volume day over day and price. There is, I could potentially change this into the first day of Bang. However, if that's the case, if I do end up changing this, what we should expect to see is lower prices remain relatively the same and volume to decrease day over day. But I'm already seeing what appears to be more increasing on volume, so I think I think this was just a standard hit. Part of the rules for the squeeze portion in here is you have hit or miss days, random days where you just have price movement kind of moving up and down. But I'm going to go ahead and put up the message here, take a break. Hey, Steven, how's it going, man? 275,000 mortgage holders would fall underwater if their homes lost 5% of their current value. Over 80% of those borrowers bought homes in the first half of this year. Housing peak. That's insane. All right, let me get my music up, and I will see you guys 15 minutes before market open.
Hey, this is Sencho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? Musicvine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with Musicvine.
All right, I'm back. Just kind of looking over prices here. Combined price of AMC and Ape right now is at $15.69. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess on like a 0.5% combined price upwards between the two, maybe 1%. No, sorry, I said a 0.5% to 1%, but what I mean is 3 to 4. I'm figuring on the market. I'm figuring the market up half to a full percent up for the day to day. So that would probably put AMC and Ape somewhere around like 3 to 6%. So I'm kind of guesstimating maybe like 4 or 5% total up for the day combined. So I'm gonna go 1497. This is where I made my mistake last week. I didn't leave myself a little breathing room. I didn't leave myself enough breathing room on the bottom side. I'm gonna go with. I feel like if I guess that and I'm on the wrong side of it, then I'm not gonna be. I'm gonna go 1460 to 1760. Eric has. Let me pull out my phone because he sent me a message. Eric has 1430 to 1730. Keto has 1413 to 1713, and Monty has 1418 to 1785. Wait a minute. How could he have those numbers? 1418 to 1785. I'm so confused. I'm going to put 1418 to 1718. Monty, if you're listening, if you want it to be 1485 to 1785, let me know. Otherwise, maybe I just fat fingered it. I'm hoping I fat fingered it earlier when I was listening to him. Doug's going 1316. I don't know why I didn't catch that earlier when I was looking at it, but I didn't. But I am seeing about somewhere between 1/4 and 0.5% up on the market for the day today. Jabibs is going 100 to 103. Hey, Jabibs, when we get up to those numbers, we're going to give ourselves a little bit larger of a range. So, you can give yourself like, I don't know, maybe give yourself like a $5 to $10 range there. If you truly believe that's how high it's going to go, I'll let you have 100 to 110. Good morning, Grandpa Barney. Good morning, Doug. Potosi, Texas. I've never even heard of that. Captain Awesome says I'll outbid him to 100.01 to 110.01. Okay. I got clarification from Monty. It's 1485 to 1785. Aaron's asking if we're going to have some kind of pullback for the day-to-day. It's difficult for me to say, Aaron. It really kind of depends. Let me look at something real quick here. I'm just going to kind of pull up Ichimoto real fast and just kind of take a look at that on the 1 hour. As long as our price stays above the, if you pull Ichimoto, Ichimoku is really how you say it, but Ichimoto is what we say here. If price stays above the conversion line throughout the trading day today, which is at 987 right now for AMC, and we're at 998, so it's kind of close. But if we stay above that number, you could see mostly moving upwards. And then for Ape, same thing, same exact thing on Ape. Gotta stay ahead of that conversion line. If it falls to the conversion line, then you'll end up seeing a pullback. Yeah, Adam Aaron tweeted about the Disney thing. I covered that earlier this morning. It was Ichimoto. Ichimoto was it. It was which translates to itchy booger or something like that. Alrighty, guys, it's time to get this day rolling here. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at Estes.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Dog goes woof, cat goes meow, bird goes tweet, and mouse goes squeak. Cow goes moo, frog goes croak, and the elephant goes toot. Ducks say quack, and fish go blub, and the seal goes ow, ow, ow. But there's one sound that no one knows. What does the fox say? What the fuck say? What the fuck say? Happy, happy, happy ho. Happy, happy, happy ho. Happy, happy, happy ho. What the fuck say? What the fuck say? Big blue eyes, pointy nose, chasing mice and digging holes. Tiny paws up the hill. Suddenly you're standing still. Your fur is red, so beautiful, like an angel in disguise. But if you meet a friendly horse, will you communicate by Morse? How will you speak to that horse? What does the fox say? What the fox say? What the fuck say? What the fuck say? What does the fuck say? The secret of the fox, ancient mystery, somewhere deep in the woods. I know you're hiding. What is your sound? Will we ever know? Will always be a mystery. What do you say? You're my guardian angel, hiding in the woods. What is your
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. I find it hilarious that you all have never, ever heard that. Like, some of you all have never heard that song before. So part of the reason why I picked this song and I'm gonna throw this out there is that way back in the day, if you were a YouTuber or you watched YouTube videos, or if you watched Twitter, if you watched Reddit, there used to be this song that was called Gangnam Style. And it was kind of during the era where we had, I don't, gosh, how many years ago was it? Was it like 5 years ago where we had like these like random songs that were like popping up that were kind of like making people's like popular lists. Like nobody had ever heard the name of the groups or anything, but they were just like these like weird songs, like Gangnam Style. And what ended up happening was is everybody decided that if something should happen to our lines of communication, that everybody would go to Gangnam Style and write in the chat section of Gangnam Style on where to meet up at. So I just kind of thought it'd be kind of an interesting, instead of playing Gangnam Style because I didn't want to like confuse you guys as to what was going on, I figured to play something along those lines. So I couldn't think of a better one than What Does the Fox Say? Uh, so let's talk about this real quick. In the description box of my channel, there are a couple different things that I'm going to do should the stream get shut down and I can't get it back up and running for whatever reason they take YouTube down. If you go to the description box, you'll see that I've got my first backup plan is to go to Twitch, where I have an account name set up already. Discord will be my second choice of backup, which is listed there as well. If you want to find the Discord, I can also hand out the link to it. And then my last resort would be Twitter for a space call. And in a space call, we would all be able to talk and chat. So I just wanted to throw that out there this morning because I kind of feel like this is kind of one of those times where I need to remind people that there are going to be alternatives to YouTube on communication, because I have a feeling at some point our communication is going to get kind of shut off. And I think it's really important that we know how to be able to meet up, how to be able to continue to find each other, because that is one of our, I think one of our strongest assets is being able to um, rely on each other to talk, or having that ability to be able to communicate amongst each other. So um, I'm just throwing it out there, and I want you guys to remember. I want you to remember that there are going to be alternatives in the future. Gangnam Style, I have no idea how to spell that. AP says you picked this song because I didn't get online with you last night to talk you off the cliff. That may, I don't know, maybe that's part of it. Arthur says that song proves today's music has no soul. I kind of like this song. I kind of think it's funny. You know what I like about it the most, Arthur, is that um, I feel like it's one of those songs where they're basically like thumbing their nose at like the music industry and saying like, look, we can do something stupid and put it out there, and y'all can get this thing to play. And it became popular. It became really, really, really popular. Started getting played all over the place, and so I don't know. I kind of feel like in a roundabout, weird kind of way. What does the Fox say? Reminds me of what it is that we're doing with AMC. We're saying no to institutions that we see something that's going on and we like it, and we're gonna like it regardless of whether everybody else does or not. It's because we choose to. Point Blank Thor says, "Why do you think communication will be shut down? Because it's been shut down in the past." We've had plenty of instances in the past where YouTube's been shut down during periods of time of volatility. I have full faith that we will see some of the same exact things that we've seen in the past happen again in the future. Dude Man Diaries, there's nothing wrong with liking it. It's okay to like it. Yeah, GD says it's a parody. I agree. Point Break Thor says that song is like Primus music. It kind of, in a weird kind of way, I guess I can sort of see what you mean by that. Real quick here, we'll kind of cover a few things. Let's take a look at Adam Aaron's post real quick here. As somebody was mentioning earlier, Adam Aaron did post two posts over this weekend. The first one is the 15. Well, actually, let me refresh this, make sure there's nothing new here. I really was hoping that it was going to be how about them cockles, but it's not what his post was. So he had a post yesterday. He said Cineworld Regal just filed for chapter. Oh no, that's not the one. I want the 9/11 one. Here we go. Where were you 21 years ago today? I was at Manhattan's Essex House Hotel watching live the worst attack on U.S. soil since December 7th, 1941, which FDR proclaimed was a day that will live in infamy. To the victims and especially the heroes of the FDNY and NYPD, America remembers. And then one of my kids, one of my daughters has a birthday on 9/11, so kind of sucks for her, man. Like everybody always says things like, I don't know, I can only imagine like having your birthday on a day like that. Just it kind of sucks a little bit. Adam Aaron says also 9 hours ago, which was right around, I guess, midnight my time, Disney and AMC to do huge movie business together, and I have said for years that the consumer's voracious quest for content allows both movie theaters and streamers to thrive. So I am thrilled that tens of millions of Disney Plus subscribers now get perks exclusively at AMC theaters. The one thing that's listed on here says special screenings at AMC theaters. So he may be signaling or saying that there's a chance that you'll get pre-access to movies at AMC that perhaps maybe other movie theaters will not have. Monty says, I listen to that song occasionally, no shame. Hey, man, if it was shameful, I wouldn't have played it. I don't. If you guys listen to the song, you got no beef from me. Everybody's entitled to listen to whatever it is that they want to. Wu says 831 short interest open. I'm not sure what he means by that. Hold on one second. Let me just check something real quick here. I think I might know what he means, but let me just verify. Where's my screen at? There. Where's my data? There it is. Nope, that's not what it is. I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know what. I don't know what he's trying to say. Roaster guy, good morning to you. Fahad, good morning. Jeff says, once again, I'm here to remind you all that Kenny's ugly and Citadel dresses him funny. Okay. Yo says, come on, where are all the naysayers at? Oh, yeah. Well, Bitcoin's about ready to run past my 22.4 number. So I don't know, if it runs much higher than 22.4, there may be a chance that it's not going to complete the pattern, the head and shoulders pattern that it's got there. It could be a temporary run I mean, the entire market. The very interesting that I see thing that I see going on right now is I see massive, or I see, well, I shouldn't say massive. I see some volatility on the VIX showing 2.24%. So I think that there is a potential downswing coming. As usually the VIX goes up and the market goes down. So watch for that. And the VIX is currently climbing. Yeah, Roaster guy he mentioned it right here too. I just now read it. Where how is the VIX going up? Um, it's the volatility index, man, for 30 days out. So it's telling you something. It's trying to tell you something. Those are my Fibonacci retracements that I've got in there. Who said that? Backyard Boogie. So I've got a level of resistance at $10.39. I think I need to draw out some of the distances between my Fibonacci retracements here are starting to kind of get spread out a little bit, and I don't have much. I need to do a little bit of a reevaluation of those, so to find proper levels of resistance and support. So if we break too much higher than 1046, our combined price right now of AMC and Ape is currently at 1636. If it goes too much higher, I'm gonna have to reevaluate my support and resistance lines. Yale says, is the VIX a leading indicator or more of a current snapshot? Casey, good morning. Looking good for a Monday. I would say it's more of a current, Yale. It acts more of a current than it does a leading indicator, but it's supposed to be a forecast of what the futures are going to look like. So, but I mean, when typically speaking, it runs the opposite of what the SPY is doing currently. So if the SPY is going up, then the VIX should be going down. If the SPY is going down, the VIX should be heading up normally. And you can see that if you ever pull up like a side by side of the VIX and on say like a daily, if you look at the VIX versus the SPY, you can see an inverse relationship. Not always, but most of the time. But it is a 30-day. The VIX is a 30-day. I think there's a 15-day. What's the? I'm trying to think what the shorter term one is. It's the. Oh man, it's escaping me. There's another 15-day indicator as well. Let me see if I can find it. I always forget what that one is. It's like. Oh, man, I know I've got to have it listed. I always forget what it is. One of y'all probably type it in before I remember. There's a 15-day one as well. I'll probably just type it in. UVXY. I think that's it. UVXY. It's the short term. I don't know why I always forget that. It's kind of like, I don't know. I think it's it's the letters. It's the letters that throw me off every single time. It's because if you just type in VIX, you can get the ProShares Ultra VIX short term futures, which is UVXY. I always forget it. It's the letters. It's just so many unused letters that I never remember what they are. Which one, Yale? Are you talking about UVXY or VIX? I think you can trade. I think you can trade both of them. I'm actually I've never tried. I've never tried before, but I think so. It's just basically the Chicago-based options exchange 30-day outlook for volatility. You'd have to actually. I don't think I've ever tried to make a. I know you can trade options on VIX, but I don't know about. I've never actually made a trade on it. I'm not sure. It's a good question. Oh, we're certainly getting a good run on both of these. It could be that every single one of the price predictions for the day to day end up being wrong. We've got a combined price of $16.70. I think Monty has the highest range. He's got 17.85. David Smith says you can't trade the VIX. I mean, it seems to make sense that you wouldn't be able to, but I've never tried to. I know you can. I know you can definitely. I know you can play options on it though. Where's the $100 candles? Oh, you just wait, sir. You just wait, sir. That's a good question, Ross. I'm not sure if the reverse single stock ETFs are live yet or not. I don't remember the dates on those. Funky Pizza Record says I bought and sold shares of UVXY. All right, so you can then maybe. All right. I know you can play options on them, but I don't. I would think that you would be able to. I mean, if you can buy options, then there shouldn't be any reason why you can't buy shares, because I mean, you can't really have an options chain without having some kind of purchasable asset. AMC is currently at 1075. We've got 11 million shares having been traded so far. My volume predictions for this morning are looking like trash, which I'm okay with. I don't have a problem with that. Like I always say, I'm okay with being under than over. It's easy to see if volume is outpacing where you're at, but if the day is going to end up slow, um, in volume, that's what you really want to know. You don't want to know. You don't care if it's running high volume. Higher volume day over day is a good thing. It's never really a bad thing. It's when you start to see volume dropping day over day that's what you really want to identify. And so if we end up, and we've had this happen before where I've made like 10, 30 to 50 million share traded days. We start off the day with like 150 million share pace day, and then wind up hitting 50, right at 50 million by the end of the day. So it's always possible um, to see a reversal like that, like a reversal in like a really quick punch in the beginning of the day, and then a big reversal at the later half. Yes, Shimmer, she is okay, thank you. She locked her keys in the truck. So, so I've got it's a 1986 Toyota Tacoma that she's driving to work right now. Out of the two vehicles that we have, it gets the best gas mileage. But so she drove it into work, and being that it's the old truck that it is, it's got a few tricks that you can do to get into the truck in case you lock your keys in. Because over the years, I've needed those tricks because I'm before we had the fob keys, where you couldn't lock your keys in the car because the car wouldn't let you lock it with the keys inside. Before those days, I used to lock my keys in cars quite often. So I had to devise ways to be able to get into the truck without having my keys. And one of the ways, she told me that she had done something that caused it to where she wasn't going to be able to get in. Turns out that she was wrong about that, and so I was halfway to driving there to go take her the other spare set of keys, and she was able to get in after all, so it worked. Oh, sorry, 1996, Martha. Sorry, 1996. Did I say 86? I meant 96. 1996. I bought it. I'm the second owner. I bought it just before I bought my first house in 1999. Actually, I may have purchased it like right after. So I think somebody was either on a lease or they only wanted to own it for like 2 or 3 years and then they turned it in. So I was the second owner. And then, man, I'll tell you, that thing runs like a champ. Like a champ. $1996. I don't. I haven't had any frame issues on my truck, and it's been through everything. I've never had any problems though. I think, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not mistaken, shoot, what's the name of that TV show? Those guys, I can't remember there was a TV show where they had a Toyota Tacoma on there. They went, they flooded the engine. They did like everything. They did like everything they possibly could to kind of like break the engine. They actually even lit the engine on fire, replaced the cables, and then started back up the engine just fine. Like apparently, that engine can really take a massive beating and still run. Top Gear. Yeah, that's the one. I actually have never seen the Top Gear episode for the Toyota Tacoma. I just heard about it. But I mean, that's pretty impressive if you can light an engine on fire, replace the cabling. I heard they replaced the cabling. I don't know if they actually did or not. But I mean, to still be able to start up an engine after lighting it on fire, that's pretty crazy. They used an 80s model for the tests. Okay. I think I've got I know it's under 200K miles on it. If I had to guess, it's probably around like 180, maybe 190,000 miles. And no, it's not an SR5. But it's I think for the age, actually I haven't done this recently, but let's see. I'm just gonna guess that it's 190,000 miles. Let's see, it's a 96, so wait, what? 22. So 26 years old. So I've averaged it's averaging 7,300 miles a year. So I think that's pretty low mileage. Arthur says they sunk it in the ocean and it still started. That's insane. That's crazy. Jeff said I had a 76 Toyota long bed that I rolled in an accident. I was able to drive it home. Friggin' motor is a daggum tank. I'm telling you, dude, when I first bought this Toyota Tacoma in 1999, I had always promised myself that this vehicle I was going to run into the ground. Like legitimately, I said I will never sell this vehicle. It will be ran into the ground. Promise. So, and I kind of joke sometimes people, because I should show you guys where I wrote on the back of the truck, or I wrote all over the truck on the windows, hold AMC, or AMC to the moon, honk if you like that stonk. I wrote all over it. So everywhere I drive, it's a walking advertisement to AMC, and it's funny because somebody posted a picture on Reddit and said, I saw this guy driving this truck. He goes, if he still owns this truck, he definitely knows how to hold. It's so true. It's so true. I can hold a truck. I can hold the stock. Season Curly says they drove that the truck into the ocean, then parked it on the top of a building and blew it up, and it still ran. That's insane. Yeah, this is why I like Toyotas. They keep on running. All right, guys, it's 9:04. It's time to take a look at our numbers. First time for the day today since market open. Let's see what we got going on here. Let me log into my broker. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It can help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. It's an added level of protection that may serve you well. Try it out. See if you like it. If you don't, get rid of it. If your broker offers it. I don't even know which brokers do and which ones don't, but it's always something to consider. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so if you want me to say or specifically reference something that you've said, hold that thought for a little bit or any questions to me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Meanwhile, I'm going to move a couple screens over and let's take a look at these numbers. So congratulations are in order to Keto for last week's win. He walked away with 5 total points after a 4-day trade. That's because there was a tiebreaker point off, if that's a thing. So Keto got the extra point for having closest average price to being correct of both AMC and Ape added together. Price predictions. First off, this is not financial advice. This is just 4 guys who are attempting to try and guess the price on a daily basis. Just to stay sharp and win some beers and ice cream off each other. So I've got 1460 to 1760 for combined price of Ape and AMC by the end of the day today. Eric has 1430 to 1730. Keto has 1413 to 1713, and Monty has 1485 to 1785. Our current price of Ape and AMC is at 1687. Taking a look at True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators. I went ahead and added Ape into the screen there. We have short exempt volume day over day increasing by about 200,000 shares for AMC to 361.9. Ape was at 26.8 thousand shares. I don't have a good baseline yet for Ape to know, so we'll kind of keep an eye on that. But there is short exempt volume that's occurring, which should be a interesting sign they really shouldn't be able to be creating any short exempt volume. I really don't. There shouldn't be able to be any. I just don't even understand how that's really even possible. But there is some 26.8 thousand shares from last Friday. Utilization 100% for AMC. We are on day number 149 days of utilization, trading days. Ape is at 88.24%. Day over day price increase. We had a 12.5% increase on AMC last Friday and an 8.22% increase. That makes it day 1 of 3. I should probably add that in there under days. 1 of 3 for that indicator. And max pain for the day today is at $15. We are well over that price. Off exchange for AMC. Normally by this time of the morning, I would expect about somewhere around 44% off exchange volume, and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. I imagine those numbers are going to be super high due to the fact that, it's high. 52.06 through the off exchange and 16.33% through the EDGX for a combined total of 68.39% of our volume going through those off exchanges. That's extremely high volume moving through there. That's price suppression. Taking a look at Ape, same values apply. It's currently trading 62.7% going through the off exchange, EDGX at 16.65 for a combined total of 79.35% of our total volume of Ape going through an off exchange. I have never seen 80%. I've never seen it. I've seen high 70s. This 79.35 might be the highest I've ever seen. These are some really high numbers. Taking a look at institutional ownership of AMC, currently showing 154.565 million, no change over the week. Vortex data for AMC. So far on AMC, it's showing a return of 107,000 shares for this morning. That's going to have hardly any effect, but current on our short share just of the free float, which is currently showing at 21.47%. Cost of borrow is at 22.43. Shares on loan for the day today is at 195.24 million shares. Day over day, that's a decrease of 800,000 shares, and I'm estimating about 300,000 shares of that to be returned short interest. Taking a look at Ape. Total amount of shares having been borrowed for the day to day so far being reported as 1.09 million shares on Ape. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 7.23. Cost of borrow average at 9.78. Shares on loan right now for the day to day is at 36.18 million shares. That was a decrease day over day by 11.2 million shares, which all of it was short interest. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume is at a for the day. New volume for the day today is currently, let me just scroll up just a tad, is currently at a $20 strike price for calls. Last week it was at $15. There's currently 473 contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $15 strike. That's higher by $1 than last week. And there's currently 974 contracts. I do think that this is a quad witching week. I haven't gone back to look at it up, but I think September 16th rings a bell. I think this is a quad witching week. If you notice that the options on the open interest, they're really super high over here. For example, we have 15,000 contracts open for 20. There's 23,000 contracts for 30. And if you go down to the lottery ticket winners down at the very bottom at a $50 strike, there's 32.3 thousand contracts open at 50. So there's a nice spread of values in open interest. Oops. Taking you to the other page, 149 days of utilization being traded. 100% utilization looks like that. Let's zoom in a little bit on our current moment in time. Take a look at the on loan amount. This is your drop of 800,000 shares on loan dipping. Estimated short share interest of the free float also slightly dipping from 21.55 to 21.49. The on loan average age per day is going to increase with no new shares being taken on, which means that newer short interest is being closed out. Actually, let me rephrase that. Newer loans are being closed out. On loan average ages went from 41.48 to 42.17. And the security lending volume day over day doubled. It went from 10.51 to 19.41. On Ape, utilization still decreasing. It's kind of leveling off a little bit though. On loan amount, there's your dip of 11.2 million shares day over day. And security lending volume was slightly down from Thursday to Friday from 20.74 million shares to 17.39. Orders by Fidelity customers this morning. AMC is currently 9th, most heavily traded stock with 44% buys to 56% sales. Ape is coming in at 14th with 60% buys to 40% sales. And GME coming in at 19th with 59% buys to 41% sales. SSR triggers at $8.75 today for SSR. Shares available to borrow. Since this morning, they did borrow so far for the day 500,000. Let me see. Here's another 50, another 50. So another 100,000 shares having been borrowed since market open, or since I looked at it earlier this morning, giving us a grand total of 600,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. Fees have dropped from 19.3% to 18.5%. NASDAQ is up 1.13, Dow Jones is up 0.87, the S&P 500 is up 1.09. We have a hot blazing market here cooking with bacon grease because it's tasting delicious with 4,810 advancers to 1,871 decliners. But interestingly enough, the VIX is up 1.84, VTI is up 1.06, IWD is up 1.09, Tesla's up 1.49, Amazon up 1.73, Cinemark is breaking even, Doge is up 1.55, Bitcoin is up 2.66, GME is up 0.93, change that to 1.29, HYMC is up 1.97, Hood is up 3.96, NCMI is up 7.54, Ape is up 4.7%, AMC is up 5.98%, 6.05, it's changing quite a bit. AMC currently has $3 million more of inflow than outflow, with 17.08 million shares having been traded so far. There's some exceptional volume here. Let's take a look at the pace that we're on for the day today. Let's see here. We've traded for 46 minutes. We're on pace for 145 million shares traded for by the end of the day today. Of course, now I know that number is going to come down, and it's very likely that we might end up hitting really close to 100 or maybe 90 million shares traded for the day today. However, in pre-market, I suggested that the pre-market volume was only indicating that we would see somewhere between 35 and 55 million in volume. So far, that's not the case. And I don't mind being low. It's high that I don't like. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 75.94, which is signaling overbought and has been signaling overbought for quite a while, since the beginning of Friday. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 69.85, which is finally dipping below that overbought threshold. On a 5-minute interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of, actually, wait a minute. Nope, just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.65, which is above average. On Ape, we have $1.3 million more of inflow than outflow. 4.71 million shares having been traded so far. Very high volume here, especially since I suggested only 5 to 25 million shares. We've almost hit my lower number in the first 47 minutes of trading, suggesting that we may see somewhere around 39 million shares traded for the day. On the hourly, there is currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 75.92, which is overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.98, which was signaling overbought for most of this morning and is now showing very high, above average RSI numbers. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at the hourly Ichimoto, this is the one thing that I had mentioned earlier. In order for this to not continue to be or in order for this to start looking like a sell signal to day/swing traders, you got to stay above the conversion line. And right now the price is touching into the conversion line. Price is really inside the hour, even though we're touching on it. Price is remaining above it. 578 is the conversion line. And we're currently at 586. So we're technically above it, but you can see here that we've got multiple touches on the conversion line. So it could start to turn into a little bit of a sell-off signal for Ape. It just depends on whether price actually comes down to that conversion. You might see some stop loss set up at whatever the conversion price is, which is showing 578 right now. So as long as we don't come down to within that range, we could potentially see some more green. Looking at the same numbers for AMC, same exact thing going on here. Conversion lines above base, lagging line is looking good. We're just touching on the conversion line. Conversion line at $10.18. We're currently at $10.41. We have set some new highs with some of the numbers that we're seeing here. Let me record those. Not all-time highs, just new highs from our last reset of a synthetic price failure. So with the push up on price to 1075, I've got to record that number for AMC. That puts us at $8.65 for a synthetic price failure to occur, which would be 19.5% down in price. So I'm going to go ahead and move some of my numbers. 865, 865, 8684. 875 is where SSR trips. A lot of times when SSR lines up with synthetic price failure, you tend to see those get tripped. I don't see that happening today, but Just throwing that out there that a lot of times when you see SSR really close to a synthetic price failure point, that does tend to be where you see price come down and meet those numbers. Taking a look at Ape real quick here. I'm going to do the same thing. We hit a high of 613. We're looking for 493, 490, and 481 for synthetic price failure. I forgot to look at what SSR trips at for Ape, so let me figure that out real quick before I move off this page. Ape closed at 553. So 497. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Pumpy, how's it going? The dog is wagging the tail. Salty Dog is saying, check out the 70,000 share buy order at 561 on Ape. Right here. We opened up at 564. Good morning, Dana. Alex said there's the tail wagging the dog. I don't know who's the dog and who's the tail. Depends, I guess. Who's who? Let me see if I can get an idea for where we're heading to in price. Hmm. We are creating what appears like, especially on a 30, probably more on an hour than a 30-minute, but we're creating what appears to be a kind of an odd shaped cup. I'd like to see this kind of extend out a little bit further. But if we get up to that like 11:20, 11:12 range, and then see a pullback on that within the next week or so, because I could see this. This looks like it might be like the other side of this over here. So maybe a little bit of consolidation tomorrow, and then maybe some more upwards movement on Wednesday, followed by some heavy consolidation for a little bit, with a followed price drop down to perhaps half of the distance between 11.12 and 7.89. But we'll have to watch for that, see if that continues, to develop as a possibility. One thing I will say is that whenever you're on it, especially on a really this is an hour time frame here, and this cup would be starting right after the split, essentially. The split occurred on 8:22, so the cup formation would have been starting from 8:22 leading out to maybe perhaps like middle of this month. That's like just a couple days away. Middle to this month or thereabouts, then seeing that sharp pullback, half the distance, maybe almost where this blue line's at right here, 983. And we'll have to continue to watch and see if this plays out. But like I was saying, anytime you see cup and handle formations, usually the backside tends to be filled with ascending parallel channels that break out going up. So if we see a lot of ascending parallel channels that are forming and then break out going even further, so like, let me see if I can draw something here. I actually can't. I don't see anything. I don't see ascending parallel channels, so that may not be what's happening here, but I mean, I guess you could make a case for this maybe. There's one. There might be a second. And then this could potentially be a third, but it's really going to be hard to like define where it's at. It could be something along those lines though. So you'd basically have this you'd have this walking up ascending parallel channel until it gets to the top up here at 11:12, and then that's where you would see the break back down to 9. I'm guesstimating like 980-ish range. It's possible. We're gonna have to see if this pans out. If this ascending parallel channel pans out here, this is possible. So it's difficult for me to get a read on where we're heading for the day today. I'm gonna hold off. I need a little bit more data. Is it doing the same thing on Ape? kind of is. We might only see the cup portion of Ape move up to the 616 range before moving back down half the distance. Let's check and see if we've got any new news. I don't see any. There's one article from the Motley Fool from an hour ago that says AMC is in a quote unquote very different situation than Bank Regal, and then they put a question mark, and then they said not so fast. So the Motley Fool trying to draw comparisons for AMC to Regal. It was brought to my attention this weekend. I'm gonna throw this one out there. I think this one's interesting. I mean, this is gonna be a little. Here, hold on a second. My tinfoil hat's getting used. I feel like I need to make a new one. I'm throwing on the tinfoil hat here. So AP sent me something this weekend, and I thought it was kind of interesting. I showed it to my wife. Her and I are. She's more of a concert goer than I am, but and I'm sure you guys probably saw some of this this weekend. Let me click on this. So this was shared by Elaine Ben Moya. At least what he sent me was shared by her. But I'm gonna throw this up on the screen here and then let you guys listen to this. Some of this is very kind of it's very tinfoil hat-ish. However, there is one part to this that I want you to key in on. So this is in reference to canceled concerts that are happening, and it says dozens. The title of this is dozens of concerts canceled. Um, Very clickbaity type stuff, but the one that I want you to key in on specifically is that there's one artist that's saying that they're canceling due to the fact that they don't have ticket sales. Now, whether or not other artists are canceling for the same reasons or not, they're not claiming that's the reason that they're canceling. But the irony of how many are being canceled is kind of weird. I know I've got a Blue October uh, concert, I think, coming up in a couple weeks from now. I hope that one doesn't get canceled. My wife and I like to go see them every once in a while when they're here. But let me play this for you guys. I just want you to hear what it is that the guy has to say. Just remember, I got my tinfoil hat on here.
News. It's happening. Prepare now. Why are all the celebrities canceling their tours, canceling their shows for the upcoming months? first I just thought it was The Weeknd and Justin Bieber.
First, I gotta throw out that like the music alone, the music alone in this video like makes me just go like, holy crap, man. I, I almost can't watch it because it's almost too tinfoil hat. I feel like that dude that every time they do those UFO documentaries, and then that guy comes. I don't know what the guy's name is, but he comes out and he's got the wild crazy hair, and you just look at him, you go like, dude, this is like the worst. I can't watch this. I can't I can't give any validity to a guy that comes on to a documentary and with his like looking like a mad scientist. It's so, you know who I'm talking. I know you know who I'm talking about. All right, here we go.
It reminds me of the 1300 CEOs who left their post prior to the world being locked down, as if they knew something was coming. Do these celebrities know something is coming? While everyone is distracted with the Queen's death, the art of war is to seem powerful when you're weak and weak when you're powerful. This could be all a distraction and she could have passed away a long time ago. As everyone's looking this way, what's going on in the background? Luke Combs canceling because his voice wasn't up to par, just like The Weeknd. Shawn Mendes canceled all of his tour dates. Carlos Santana cancels. And all of these tours are for the upcoming months ahead, where a lot of astrologers are saying some sort of violence could happen, could a debt jubilee happen, an economic collapse, or a reset. Swedish House Mafia cancels their shows. Foo Fighters, Mandy Moore, Weezer's canceling as well, which was supposed to take place September. The Fugees canceling their tour. Wyclef Jean had an assassination attempt on him as well. Do they know something is about to happen? Rage Against the Machine cancels their Europe tour. The Baby cancels his concert. And they're saying it's because of low ticket sales, if that's to be believed. These big artists with low ticket sales. Anthrax cancels their tour. And this is all for September, October, November. Oliver Slim cancels his tour for September. A lot of these bands, I don't know who they are. Dead Can Dance cancels tour for health reasons. Bieber cancels for health reasons. Bajas cancels. Rage Against the Machine canceled. So the Mad Cool Sunset, which was supposed to take place September 10th, which is that big astrology day going into.
Anyways, that's a little tinfoil hattish for me, but I mean I think it's kind of interesting. The one thing that I kind of picked out of all of that was the fact that there's at least
News.
one artist
It's
who's
happening.
oops,
Prepare.
there's at least one artist out there who's claiming that it's due to ticket sales. And I would say, Savvy says, "Oh man, Mandy Moore canceled." You know, people are going to start tightening their belts, right? And if tickets are costing people $100 to $200 a pop or more to go see some of these big artists, and they're not getting people who um, I'm sorry, I read what Z Wade said and then I lost it. If a lot of people are, kind of cinching up the belts a little bit, you're going to see it in concerts probably first because those are some of the bigger revenues that cost a lot more money. People drop easy, I mean, if it's two people going to a concert, you could easily drop 150 to $500 depending on how expensive you want to go. So it's kind of crazy. Z Wade says, that crazy hair guy, I'm not sure what your question was, but the answer, of course, is aliens. Wait, I'm gonna look up crazy hair guy. I'm gonna look up crazy hair guy aliens and see if he doesn't just pop up in my search. This is gonna be so funny. He did. Oh, this is too funny, man. Like I legit put it up there. I put in crazy hair guy aliens, and the dude popped up on here. He looks like Deuce Bigelow or something, right? Like Deuce Bigelow coming on to talk about aliens. I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. I didn't realize he was a meme. Apparently he's a meme, but yeah, this dude, like when you're watching a documentary on aliens, and then this guy pops up on there, and you're just like, I don't know. Oh, this is so validating. I I had no idea that he was memed out so much. This is funny. I had no idea. Anyways, what is that guy's name? Wait. I gotta look up his name. And I gotta type it in again. Crazy. Oh wait. I can just reopen the tab. The dude's name is Gregorio A. Oh, I can't say this last name. Tus Tusqualos? Tusqualos? Gregorio A. Tusqualos. It's the best I can do. Yeah, that was the first thing I thought of. Z-Wade, Z-Wade, the Foo Fighters canceling. The first thing I thought of was the drummer passed away. Yeah, that's the first thing I thought as well. Um, that one's kind of. I feel like that one's kind of explained. Also, if you notice, there was like I think he names off Rage Against the Machine and Justin Bieber like twice in there, and I'm not sure if that's because he was just trying to add to like names. Savvy says, Mandy Moore canceled. Alex says, wake up. Yale, Chinese invasion of Taiwan, like right now? Hold up. Mm. You're asking. I don't think you're telling. That would have shown up. It could cause a lot of instability in the markets. Pumpy says Amy Schumer is not canceled. She can't cancel, man. She needs all the money she can get. I mean, she's even doing TV shows now, sitcoms. No, not sitcoms. I'm watching Murders in the Building. Oh, Only Murders in the Building, and she's even in that as a cameo, I think. Diaz says my daughters are going to see Gaga this weekend at a stadium. Diaz, let us know after it's all said and done. Let us know how much they dropped on that entire experience. And you can't tell us in advance. You got to wait till after they get there, after they count everything that they spent while they were there. Corey Jones says, check out the dude's wife. Do I want to? Like, I don't even know if I want to do that. Hold on a second. I don't even know. Like, what am I gonna get here? Is she gonna be like smoking hot or something? Images. She's cute. I don't understand what the problem is here. I think that's her. I don't know if that's her or not. Nope, maybe that's not her. I don't know. I don't like to go there with that kind of stuff. I mean, like, I'm not gonna, I don't care. I don't really care what she looks like. Have you seen her live? Gaga? No. I've never seen Gaga live. I've never seen, yeah, no, I've never seen Gaga live. I think the short interest report should be due the 15th, if I'm not mistaken, Shimmer. I don't think it's due today. I mean, I can go, um, we can look it up. See, I always forget the dates. I covered this like last week. Let's see, for this, for the settlement date, let's see here. Yeah, it should be the 15th. I think it's the it's either the 15th or the 19th. Dissemination date, due date, settlement date. I think it's the 15th. FINRA member firms are required to report their short positions as of settlement on the 15th of each month or the preceding business day if the 15th is not a business day and as of a settlement on the last business day of the month. The reports must be filed by the second business day after the reporting settlement date. FINRA complies or compiles the short interest data and provides it for publication on the 8th business day after the reporting settlement date. We should have information by the. I think we'll have information by the 15th. Yale says I went to the better half to see Earth, Wind and Fire in Santana. Cost us almost 600 Canadian, but it was worth it. Just okay seats. Eesh. Z Wade says, believe it or not, Gaga's Super Bowl performance was actually super good. I don't even. I'm trying to remember if I saw it or not. I don't even know if I saw it. Oh, dang, Diaz. Close to a G? Dang, that's so much money, dude. That's so much money. Tell him to go see a movie. Tell him to go watch it in the movie theater, if that's possible. Jeez, that is a lot of money, man. Wow. I mean, actually, considering that you said decent ticks, because I understand tickets can really cost quite a bit, especially like I love 21 Pilots and we went and saw them with some pretty good seats and those things ran us I don't know, I think 200 or 300 bucks. So I can understand that. Walt, 2 weeks. It's always 2 weeks around here is the answer for win MOASS. But what is the first place you're going to visit for vacation? I was actually kind of telling my wife, I said, one of the things that I'd like to do is we're kind of looking for like a new place to live. The first summer that we have off with the kids, I think we're going to take a trip and around the U.S. and kind of figure out where we want to move to. We have a couple different locations. Maybe we can spend a little bit of time in each one of those locations, and then the idea after that is to perhaps maybe go back during winter vacation to that same place um, and visit and see what it's like during the winter time. And if we enjoy the winter and the summer, then maybe we'll find a house and move there. So I guess the first place I'm going to go for vacation is around the U.S. I don't have the 618 pulled up, Thor bladed, but I think, give me a second here. I think I can find that someplace. Mm, wait, let me go back to see what it was that you said. You said, did we bounce off the 618? Which one are you? You got to be talking about. Hold on a second here. I would assume you're talking about AMC, but if you're talking about Ape, that's kind of what I have. If you're talking about the peak, that's kind of what I've got. If you're talking about when we hit $6.13, that's what I've got for the 618. Yeah, but bouncing off of it and coming back down. If you're talking about AMC, I don't have anything listed for that. So let me see if I can find. Yeah, I don't know. Don't see. It's possible. I don't know. I don't have any Fibonacci. I don't have a proper Fibonacci set up for AMC. So I don't know. I don't really, to be honest with you, I really don't look at those kind of things like that. Um, I think I think that there's room for interpretation that could get that messed up. Oh yeah, she's fine, Pam. She just locked the keys in the car. Jordan says, breaking the rules today, letting people talk gaga. Sad to see you not sticking to the rules. Nice one, Jordan. That's funny, man. Savvy says, I'm buying a huge RV and traveling the country. I mean, I guess Thor-bladed. The problem that I have is what are you using for a baseline, right? Like you can set up Fibonacci's, you can set up Fibonacci levels for like lots of different runs, right? And you can check out different Fibonacci retracement points. So what are you using for a baseline? How are you setting up your baseline? I mean, if I for example, if I come out to the daily, right? If I come out to the daily and I set up a fib on this, you would probably use the last major run up that there was, right? So you'd use this one right here. If we drew out a Fibonacci on this, and this is why I don't like to monitor this at all. I think this is so arbitrary. Like you could just like you can draw this out. If that's the case, if you're basing it off the last major run that we had, then 2169 would be the Fibonacci for six. It would be the 618 would be 2169. But see, the problem is, and this is one of the things that I've been trying to talk about for quite a while. One of the things that I have a major problem with is that everybody's been doing their charting based off of some of these numbers in here. Well, if you zoom in on this, 2109 was not the price that we were at when we were monitoring AMC, right? And Booksy's done a really good job of pointing this out, and I've stated the same thing. You can't go to a daily chart like this and chart this anymore. Like this is not accurate information. This is all jacked up information now. So if you're doing your retracement off of anything prior to the split, then you're drawing out wrong Fibonacci's. They are not support levels for AMC any longer. Everything is invalid from the past because you have incorrect data being populated into the charts. So you can't just simply just grab the information that you want to and say like, oh yeah, this is the proper Fibonacci for this point because these charts aren't even accurate. This run right here wasn't a 2109. This run was the 3433. So you can't even draw a fib off that, right? Like if you draw a fib off that, you've got your 618 at 13 bucks, right? So that's not accurate. So what are you going to draw off of? You know, there's a lot to be said about charting right now. A lot to be said that there's people out there who are charting off of some of this old data, and it's not um, it's not going to do you any good. It's not going to do you any good at all to be charting off of that. Which is why I'm not even reading anything over an hour. I won't go back anything higher than an hour long time interval. I refuse to chart right now until they get these charts uh, fixed. Because you can go to 1 hour chart here. You can go to 1 hour chart, go back and see where price was for AMC back in on that 3433 run, and it still says 3433, right? So that's accurate. But I won't chart it off of anything greater than a 1 hour chart because the charts are all jacked up still. It's not even worth it. It's like you're getting incorrect information if that's what you're doing. Let me read through the comments real quick here. 9.27. Do I have a Jackson Brown on my playlist? I do not, but I will throw it in the comment section for that. Of my Discord, so it's listed. I just put it in there. So we'll see if I can find something. I'll look for it and see what I can come up with. Did you see Tony's hat? If it's not the white fedora, I have no idea. No, I have not. Brian says I prefer fettuccine to Fibonacci. I love you, Brian. No homo or no FOMO. What's the title of that video? Which video, David? Which video are you talking about? Ooh, Hayden, I blocked someone by accident. How do you find them to unblock? I think I've look it up on Google. I'm pretty sure Google tells you how to do that. I looked it up once before on Google and found it for somebody. Hold on a second. To unblock a viewer, go to myaccountgoogle.com/blocklist. myaccount.google.com/blocklist. Says that it looks like that says for Android. It might work for other phones as well. That should be a Google. That's. Mm, let me make sure. Step 1, navigate to the YouTube website on your web browser and sign in your account. Once you're signed in, click your username in the upper right corner, then click Inbox from the drop-down menu. Click Address Book from the menu on the left side of the screen. Click Blocked Users from the menu on the left side of the screen to view a list of your blocked YouTube users. That's what I'm reading. Let me see if I can try it. So let's see. Navigate to YouTube. Click on your user. Then what did it say? Email? That's not what it said. What did it say? Inbox. I don't see an inbox. Let's see here. Probably under settings. I helped somebody with this once before. I know you can do it. I'm looking through here to see if I can find it. Hmm. I'm still looking. I know I've done it before. I've helped somebody else with this before. I don't remember how to do it, but um, that's a question. That's a great question for Google. Google should be able to help you out. I'm not gonna waste any more time looking though. Pokey stick for the day to day was showing much lower volume than what we're currently getting. We're almost gonna exceed the volume prediction for the day. I'm almost certain on AMC. Ape, on the other hand, so the volume predictions that I got were 35 to 55 on AMC, and Ape was 5 to 25. So we could hit Ape 5 to 25, but the AMC looks like we're going to be on the top side. There you go. Pam's got it. To unblock on YouTube, go to your channel, setting, community, hidden area, and find their name and remove it. Six Sun, you're playing the lottery if you're trying to catch the top. You will just have to get incredibly lucky to do that. That's not what I'm banking on. I'm actually going to try to, for myself, I think that it's most prudent to try and find the backside of the squeeze and sell on the backside. The reason that I say that is because um, I personally believe that there's plenty of indicators from historical past that show that there is ideal times where you can sell on move up ticks of price on the backside of a squeeze and be able to close out your position and still get to somewhere within 25% of the top. One thing that I think any good investment advisor would tell you is that you should always expect that you're going to leave some money on the table. Nobody's ever going to hit the top unless they're just incredibly lucky as hell. That's You need to get that out of your mind. And so if you're willing to leave some money on the table, then figuring out where the top is at is a little bit easier to do because it's easier to tell when you're on the backside of the squeeze than it is to identify when you're on the front side or making the top. So that's if you want to go into the description box, I've got two great videos. It'll take 26 minutes of your time for you to watch to understand what to look out for. One of those videos is called "What is an SPF?" and the other one is "How will I know when we are on the backside of the squeeze?" I highly recommend watching both of those because just watching one will not help you understand what I'm talking about. You need to see both of them. Because if you just try to go to the straight to the how will I know when I'm on the backside of the squeeze, I'm going to start talking about synthetic price failures, and you're going to be like, huh? And you won't understand what's going on, and you'll be lost. Oh, well, it's a good thing I read her message, Hayden. I'll copy and paste what Pam put in here. Thank you, Pam, for putting that out there, by the way. I will copy and paste what she wrote so that you can see it. All right, it's time to take a look at our numbers. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in there. Remember, guys, I won't be able to see the messages that you're writing at this point. So if there's something you want me to read or you want me to touch on, wait until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. That's when I'll be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Let's take a look at our numbers and see where we're at here. Starting with off exchange. An hour ago, highest amount of off exchange for AMC was at 52.06, EDGX at 16.33. Those values are currently, I would expect somewhere around 49% through the off exchange and about 11 to 12% on EDGX. Off exchange right now is at 57.95, which is extremely high, and EDGX is at 13.72, which is also high. The total between those two for AMC is at 71.67% of our volume moving through those two off exchanges alone. That's very, very high. The same thing applies to Ape, which is currently at 63.68 for the off exchange and 15.39, giving us a value of 79.07% of our volume going through the those two off exchanges. I don't think I've ever seen an 80% day before. Maybe I have, and I just can't recall. But I mean, these numbers are really super high. Very, very high for Ape. Taking a look at Ortex data in the top right-hand corner. An hour ago on Ortex, there was a total of 107,000 shares having been returned. It's now 629,000 shares. That's going to have a decreasing effect on the short share interest of the free float slightly to 21.45%. Cost to borrow averages at 22.25%. Shares on loan for the day today is 195.24 million shares. That's 800,000 shares less than last Friday. And I'm estimating about 300,000 of that to be in short interest that was closed out. An hour ago on Ape, there was a borrowing of 1.09 million shares. It's now a return of 1.83 million. That's going to have a decreasing effect on short share interest of the free float, which is at 6.67%. Cost to borrow average is at 9.78%. Shares on loan, 36.18 million shares. That's a decrease day over day by 11.2 million shares, and that's short interest. All of it. Refreshing AMC1 options. Highest amount of volume for the day today an hour ago was at a $20 strike price with 473 contracts. It is now 597 contracts, same strike. On puts, highest amount of volume at a $15 strike. An hour ago there was 974 contracts. There's now 981. Market suggesting a combined price of AMC and Ape closing by the end of this week, or the end of the day, somewhere between $15 and $20. Combined price between AMC and Ape today is at $15.76. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently 11th most highly traded stock with 45% buys to 55% sales. Ape is coming in at 13th with 59% buys to 41% sales. And GME coming in at 19th with 59% buys to 41% sales. So hurting a little bit on the buy side of a lot of these. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day is at $8.75 for AMC. I don't recall off the top of my head what it was for Ape. I should write it down though. I'll write it down later. Let's see here. Moving on. Shares borrowed in the last hour looks like just returns. That's going to be short interest that was closed out. Is going to cause more available shares to be borrowed. Fees are down to 18.5%. NASDAQ is up 0.81, Dow Jones is up 0.72, and the S&P 500 is up 0.88. The market is still advancing currently with 4,415 advancers to 2,275 decliners. The VIX is up 4.04%, VTI is up 0.75, IWD is up 0.79, Tesla is up 0.92, Amazon is up 1.53, Cinemark is down 1.07, Doge is up 0.67, Bitcoin is up 2.07, GME is down 3.04, HYMC is up 1.61, Hood is up 3.21, NCMI is up 0.93, Ape is up 4.25%, AMC is up 2.73%. Inflow versus outflow, there's currently roughly $2 million more in inflow than outflow for AMC. Volume so far for the day-to-day at 27.11 million shares. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here after 108 minutes of trading. That puts us on pace for about 97.9 million shares. Now, an hour ago, we were on pace for 150 million shares, and I said there's a chance that we might see pace drop down to somewhere between 90 to 100 million shares. I didn't expect it to be in an hour. So there's been quite a drop off on volume for AMC, as you can see here. The idea that we could hit somewhere between 30 with this kind of drop in volume, the idea of being able to hit 35 to 55 million shares traded for the day-to-day is definitely in the realm of possibilities now. I wanted to do 40, 60 on my volume prediction for the day-to-day, but I didn't because I wanted to catch the bottom side in case we had low volume. So I'm okay with being on the low side. I don't mind being wrong on low. I just don't like being wrong high. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.39. So we've had RSI cool off quite a bit, but still above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.32, which is almost average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.77, which is below average. So we've had quite the cooling off. You can still see that the Bollinger Bands on the 1 minute are still pretty wide, which means there's still a lot of volatility that's going on here. On Ape, we have approximately $3 million more in inflow than outflow, with 6.3 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on after 110 minutes. I think. No, wait, hold on a second here. I may have done the math wrong on AMC a minute ago. No, I was right. This is 110 minutes, I think. Son of a gun. Hold on a second here. 90, 100, 110. We're at 110 minutes now, so yeah, I was right. I was right on my calculation before. We're on pace for 22.44 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely looking within my target range of 5 to 25 million shares traded for the day. We've definitely seen a falling off in volume after right around 10 o'clock ish. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 70.34, which is still signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.37, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.34, which is just below average. We got a message here from AMC Entertainment. Let's see, from Benzinga saying shares are trading higher Monday amid continued retail investor interest. When we know that's not the case, we actually have more selling trades going through than buying trades. AMC is trending across social media platform as traders discuss the stock's short squeeze potential. It was among the most mentioned tickers on Reddit's Wall Street Bets over the last 24 hours. 17.29% of AMC's float is currently sold short, according to data from Benzinga Pro, which that's way off from what Ortex is reporting. Let's see here. They're highlighting the AMC and Disney AMC CEO note tweet with Disney Plus. Like they're trying to give that some kind of validity. Earlier, I told you guys I needed some more data to kind of figure out where we're heading to in price. I think we're getting really close to a breakout point here. I mean, it's almost kind of silly for me to even put this in, but I think what you're going to see is you're going to see a continuation of moves to where I probably have to continue to create more and more wedges in regards to which way this is going to break. We have falling price and falling volume that usually is bullish and should break out up. The trend line is pointing towards the bottom, which is also an indication that this could tend to break up. However, wedges are always they're very difficult to figure out which way they're going to go. We could probably do the same thing with Ape. Oh, I guess that was Ape that I did that too. Never mind. My bad. That was Ape that I was looking at. For some reason, I thought I was on EMC. It does seem to me like we have a little bit of a trend going on here on AMC. Very, very steep falling wedge. This should break out going up. We may see another retest of $9.94 before breaking out up, which could be at any moment. This is a pretty obvious falling trend here. So you've got falling volume, falling volume, falling price. This should break out up on this because it's pretty obvious which direction this would go, which seems to be occurring right now. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Pam, take care. Well, it's always going to happen, Curtis, right? So Curtis said, who, capitalized, is actually selling right now? What the heck? Scalping for pennies? It happens, man. There's day traders and swing traders all over the place. I mean, it doesn't matter if you look at AMC or Ape because both of the charts are kind of trending the same way. But if you pull up the Ichimoto cloud on this, on the hourly charts for both of them, there was an opportunity to make some money here on a quick burst. And I mentioned last week that it would probably only be like a 1 or 2 day run, simply because of the fact that there was green cloud forming. And whenever you have green cloud, price likes to break down through the green clouds. So up through red, down through green. And so we had the switch over here. It doesn't necessarily have to break on this side of the green cloud. It could break on the other side. We could see potential, like you might see the cloud thinning here over, and then in the next day or two we could see us breaking down through, or it could happen sooner than that. It could actually cross over tomorrow. You never know when it's going to actually be. But this is an opportunity for people who do day trade, swing trade, and this is why it's important to understand, like when you're looking at data, for example, retail, our retail buys. Right now we have on AMC we've got 45% buys to 55% sales. So there are a lot of people who are still buying this, but the thing is there are some people who are trying to take advantage of the money that they've made in the last 24 hours. So a good buy-in point for this indicate some of these indicators in here would have been in the pre-market of the 9th, or even at market open, right? That would have been a great time to buy on market open at somewhere around like $8.90, $9, somewhere right around that range. And then selling when you see price hitting sometimes the first, sometimes the second time into the conversion line. And that's what you have happening right here is you have your first major touch right. Well, I shouldn't say major. Your first touch is like kind of right here. First major touch is probably this point right here, since the original buy-in at say perhaps like $9. So, somebody could have got in Friday morning for 9 and sold potentially at around like, I don't know, 10.25, which you can see the candle wick here, right? That suggests that there might have been some selling that was going on right here. So anywhere from like 10:30, 10:20, yeah, no, it looks like 10:25 almost exactly. 10:25 up to 10:75, a lot of sales were going through. So that's probably why we have more sell orders than buy orders right now, because somebody was trying to make a quick buck on this. And there's going to be retail out there who does that. You got to understand that's okay. Those are going to be the same guys that come in and FOMO in later when we really start skyrocketing, and then they'll get out at some point and realize that they made a massive mistake, because price will come down some 20 some odd percent and then skyrocket after that. So, it's part of the game, man. It's part of the nature. We know this kind of stuff is going to happen. This is why I pointed out to you guys. So you see this kind of stuff, so you understand why price is doing what it's doing, and that even though we have people who, are selling more right now than buying, we still have a lot of buying going on, 45%. So of the orders that are going through are going as purchase orders. So, but you've got, I mean, $1.30 and a 24-hour trade, 24 hours of having your money in the market. I don't know. If you threw 10 grand at that, you walk away with $1,443 on a 24-hour trade. If you were to throw 10 grand at that. So I mean, just kind of look at it from that perspective. Somebody may have been looking for $1,000 paycheck. There's going to be people like that out there. In fact, we know of some of them. We know their names. RD. RD is one of those guys. He's very open about it. So it's going to happen. They're not our diamond handers though. That's for sure. So there was our consolidation at $9.94, and it consolidated down into this this wedge here, and then we found support at $9.94 multiple times, and then you saw the breakout going above. I would expect or watch for another test of 940, 994 rather. You'll see multiple attempts. Yeah, we're talking about two pennies, Alex. You got 992, I got 994, whatever. It's two pennies, man. I've had all right, let me ask you this question. How long have you had 992 as a level of support? Because I've had 994 for quite a while. But yeah, I mean, it's same difference. It's two pennies. I don't I don't get hung up on like the small little things like that. It's two pennies. So what? Close enough. I've had this Fibonacci retracement in here for I don't know how long. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. I could probably take a guess. I think I've had this Fibonacci retracement set up on here right about I think the time that we had the split. I think. So how long are we into the split here? Not almost 4 weeks, 3 weeks into this. Yeah, it's all good. I mean, if you got 992 on your numbers, Alex, keep them. Don't try to get what I got. Keep it. I mean, you're doing good. If you got 992 for a level of support, then there's nothing wrong with what you got drawn out there. I mean, it hit right on 992, so I'd say yours is more accurate than mine is. There may be who said that? 9.27 said I got 972. There may be a level of because I'm looking at 972 that's like right in here. That's right in between two of my two Fibonacci point of resistance and support that I have in here. And if I kind of zoomed out a little bit on this, went to like maybe like a 30 minute and looked at what was it, 972? Let me just check it and see. Yeah, there's room to be there's an argument to be made that there's some I see some support and resistance there. It might be a little bit higher. Maybe 974 or 75, but close enough, right? Like 970. There's definitely a level of support and resistance there as well. So don't discount your number. It's just I don't have all of them listed on I don't have all the levels of support and resistance listed on mine. Sometimes I'll draw up like two or three different Fibonacci's just to kind of like match different levels of pricing. Oof, man, Mitch. I saw his video this weekend. To Vic no who to Vix and TMI, I think it was. I don't know. I was just like, I had to break out my drama llama, throw it up to like level number 8, level number 8 on the drama llama. Yeah, I think he did sell. If I'm not mistaken, you might be right. You guys are you guys are hitting him hard. Gee, I'm not gonna read it. I'm not gonna read what you guys are saying because I already know. I don't need to go there. Huh. I hadn't really thought about that, Sam. That's actually kind of interesting. An interesting point of view. I really hadn't considered that as like reverse grifting. I don't know if I really even care. I kind of tune out most of those guys anymore. So I don't know. At some point, a lot of them kind of became irrelevant to me. So I think at some point or another, you kind of get to a point where you kind of are watching what people are saying, and you just kind of part ways. That's how I feel. No, review dork savvy. I mean, look, 1348 is not a bad trading strategy, right? Like if you want to go make some money, you can do that. You can follow those kind of things. Here's the thing that I have a problem with. A lot of us want to see a more fair market for trading, and we have an opportunity. Besides, I mean, because to be quite frank with you guys, you can make money in this market. It's still considered a bull market right now. I think. Not really, technically, but they're saying it's still a bull market, but it's not really. But anyways, anybody can make money in a bull market. You really can. It's not that hard. You don't even have to follow 1348. But at 1348, it's a great trading strategy. But you can make money in markets, and you can follow different types of strategies to do it. And but what's happening with AMC and GME is something entirely different. This is an opportunity for us to try and take back our market and say, no, we're done with you guys controlling prices. We see what it is and how you're manipulating the market in a way that favors you, so that sometimes we end up getting screwed every 10 years. Where our houses start getting devalued, and where we start losing money out of our pensions and our 401ks. This is that one opportunity that we have to say, enough is enough. We want a more fair market. We want a market where people aren't sitting there manipulating everything and we're getting screwed every 10 years. And if you don't think that you're getting screwed every 10 years, go back. Go back in history. It hasn't Okay, fine, it hasn't been 10 years lately. Well, I guess COVID kind of counts a little bit, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like you've got like periods of time where uh, you more than likely either you or your parents or maybe even your grandparents have gotten screwed in this market. And when you start to understand how much market manipulation that's going on and what's happening and how it's happening, and this is an opportunity for us to do something different, to make things change, to force regulations that stop this from happening, then this is the time where you have to say, okay, am I going to continue to do the things that I've always done to make money, or am I going to do something different so that I can stop that cycle from happening over and over and over, so that I don't have to worry about my pension in the future, so I don't have to worry about my 401k, so I don't have to worry about my kids' pensions and futures. I don't have to worry about my grandparents' pensions and futures, or my parents. This is that opportunity for us to make something happen. And so when somebody starts to kind of get into this community, find a wedge or a position in this community where they have an authority to speak, or they want to be an influencer or whatever, and then they turn right back around and they go like they I guess put a knife in the back of what it is that we're trying to accomplish here. Uh, in my opinion, it's that's where it comes to a point where I say, okay, fine, you want to go make money, but don't come to this community asking for support any longer. You've already established that you want to go make money and that's all you care about. And that's fine. That's okay. That's what we do as retail. We want to make money just like everybody else does. But don't come back around here no more. Don't you come back around here no more. Because this community is about wanting to try and make things different. This community is not just about trying to just make money. It's about trying to make sure that this economy, this market doesn't continue to screw us, our future kids, our current kids, our parents, and our grandparents, everybody. That's what we're here to do. That's what we're trying to do. That's what I want. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to want those same things. That's what I want. And I think that's what the greater movement of apes wants. If you're just here to just make money, that's fine. That's totally fine too. But I think that the larger portion of us that are out there, that are investing in this, that believe in this, want to see things better. I believe that. And this is our opportunity to try and make that stand. Curtis says, everyone should be interested and involved. I have all of those: a pension, an inflated house, aging parents, and a constant worry for my children's future. This is exactly. Stock G13 says, Casey about ready to sing a song. This is why a lot of us are holding, Curtis. This is why a lot of us are holding. I know money is part of this, right? I get it. I totally understand it. I would be ignorant to say that money is not a part of this, right? We all stand to make some good money out of this, one way or the other. AMC is going to do well, and we're going to make some good money out of this. The question is do we just want to make money, or do we want to make enough money where it forces the institutions to have to make changes? That's the question. What are you here for? Know your whys. When people ask you, because it's going to happen in the near future, when the price starts running, it's going to happen. People are going to come to you and they're going to say, why are you invested in AMC? What's going on with that? Why is AMC running up in price? What's going on there? Why are you involved in that? Like, I hope you don't sit there. I hope you don't sit there and say, I'm getting rich. No. You got to tell them about the struggles, why you're doing what it is you're doing. Why have you sat there and still been a part of this the entire time? If it was just to make money, then fine. Tell them that you're just there to make money. But also tell this story about the people who are holding for other reasons. Tell that story too, because that's a part of this. It really, truly, and honestly is a part of this. And you have to recognize it, acknowledge it, and see that that's what people are doing. Otherwise, people could have left a long time ago. We could have. I could have left at 70 something dollars. I could have done that. We all could have. Would that have saved AMC if we all would have left at 70 something dollars? No. Probably would have been gone by now. So make sure you guys remember that though, because there are going to be people who are going to be asking you about that. And that's part of the reason why I put today's title up there is what I put it as. Remember those whys. You got to remember and tell people more about the story about how you got here than necessarily telling them that you're here to just get rich. I know Sub as a boss. I could have sold back then too. And I could have made a nice, decent chunk of change. But I didn't accomplish what I wanted to accomplish yet. I didn't see the changes happening that I wanted to see changed. And I knew that in order to see those kind of changes, that something else had to happen. There's more. There's more to the story. Weekend Warrior says, I am in AMC for money and for the market change for transparency as well. Yeah, that's at some point we're going to have to be faced with that, guys. Every single one of us is going to be faced with that. If you go back and you look at GME, let me pull it up here real quick. Hold on one second. I got to pull up a screen. Let's go back and look at GME because I want to show you guys what it is I'm talking about. At some point, you'll be met with a scenario that looks like this, where one morning the price hits $136 in the pre-market right here. This is GME's synthetic price failure breakdown. You'll wake up one morning, it'll be $136. No, I'm sorry. You'll wake up one morning, it'll be $65.01. But while you were sleeping, the price will have hit $136 and drop all the way back down to $65.01. Then when the market opens, it'll drive back up to $159. Something like that. I'm just showing what GME did. And you're going to be faced with that point. And at that point in time, when it hits those kind of numbers, you're going to be faced at looking at this and saying, like, is this what I came for? Did I come here for this? Is this it? Did I work so hard and for all this money that I have at this point in time? Is this what I put up with for this to be the end? Because right after that, it drops back down to $61.13. And you're going to sit there and you're going to feel it was a 61.6% drop in price. And you're going to be left wondering, did I miss out? Did I not hit the top? Those are going to be questions that you're going to have to ask yourself. Because it's going to weigh heavy on you. And that's when I'm likely going to sit there and tell you what were your 5 whys. And you're going to have to ask yourself, like, did I come here for more? Did I come here for change? Have I seen changes yet that I want to see change? Have I seen hedge funds closing their doors and the people walking out of the businesses because they've gone bankrupt on making a poor bet? They bet against retail and they lost. Those are the kind of questions that you're going to have to start asking yourself. Because some of you guys could probably make some pretty decent money on a price run up to $160. Like legit millionaires. Not all of us, but some of us. I just realized you guys may not be able to see what it is I got up here. Sorry. So, do you keep holding to see what's beyond that? I would suggest that looking at trading indicators to tell you what the future has in store for you would always be a good idea. It's going to be a choice that you're going to have to make on your own. I can't make it for you. But shortly thereafter, 2 days later, GME went up to $366. Then it dropped to $182. From 366 it dropped down to 182, and then from 182 it dropped or went up to $514. That was 3 days later. You're going to be faced with some tough challenges. What are you holding for? What do you expect out of this? Knowing your whys. Thanks, thanks, Pantheon. I appreciate it, man. It's good to see you, brother. I mean, I don't know. So I guess really what it comes down to for me though is that whenever I see people in this community who are still trying to grift off the community, um, I guess the question that I ask myself whenever I'm watching people is are they putting out content that helps the community in achieving their goals, or are they just simply just trying to make money off the community? That's really what it comes down to me. To me, if they're legitimately trying to help the community to achieve the goals what the community has set aside for our own selves, then I don't really care if they're making money on the community or not. But what really pisses me off is when we got people in this community who are not there to help people and that they're actually trying to steer them away from, and just making money. You know, whatever. Go do your own thing somewhere else. It's just how I feel. Go do it, but go do it someplace else. Yeah, Jack, I'm aware of it. I'm not worried about it though. I'm not worried about it one bit. Guys, you have the ability to block people. If you don't want to see what it is that they're saying, then you don't have to. You can simply silence what it is that they're saying. If you go to the chat menu, kind of click over their name, you might see some three dots that would appear, or some dots or options. And you can simply just click on those options and you'll see the availability to be able to block from seeing what it is that they're saying. If you don't choose to continue to see what it is, I personally believe in freedom of speech. And I'm not afraid of shills at all. The shill thesis against AMC is so it's paper thin and easily proven wrong. So I'm not afraid of them, and it's laughable to see what it is that they talk about as their points of view. So I invite shills to be here all they want because it keeps me going. In the 24, is it 24 years now? Holy shit. Sorry, didn't mean to swear, but 24 years is a long time. In the 24 years of being in this market, I have never, ever, ever, ever seen anything like this. I've never, ever, ever seen this before where people are telling you you need to get out of your position. Like, don't be here. Like, you got to get out. Like, I've never seen that. I have never, ever, ever seen that. I'll tell you what I have seen. I've seen coworkers make fun of you for being in a position that you're in, right? And they laugh at you and everything. Had that plenty of times before. but I've never seen people come in and like actively try to stop people or prevent them from being in their position. And I'll tell you what, it drives me. It drives me to continue to do what it is that I do. The more that they come in and say things, the more I love it. I love it. It tells me I'm on the right track. Keep it going. Keep telling us what it is that we need to hear to know that we're on the right track. Sub has the boss says some of my soccer buddies laugh at me just like some shills here today. Yeah, you know what was funny for me? Sub has the boss. The one guy that was laughing at my work for AMC. It was really strange. One of the strangest things happened. He was dogging on AMC for a long time, like 2 months. I was going through it, like he was just like dog, 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 right? 2 months of me like here. I guess that's not like a really long time, but 2 months was it felt like a long time having to deal with it. But you know what the craziest thing to me was, Sam as the boss was, is as soon as AMC started ripping, he was like, "I told you it was going to happen. I told you." It was the craziest thing, dude. I have never, ever, ever seen somebody flip like that before. From going from such a naysayer to suddenly telling everybody that he knew it was going to happen. It was very, very interesting for me to see. I've never seen psychology like that on a person before. Um, the need to be right about something so adamantly was really weird for me. I actually really didn't know quite how to take it. I didn't call him out on his BS, but I thought it was really strange. I had never quite encountered something like that before. Arthur says, Casey, who the hell cares about what I do with my money? That shows me that they're either effed or too scared to get in on the play and don't want to be the only person standing there broke. Right? I know. If you think about the psychology behind it, Arthur, it's crazy. Because either way, it tells you that you're doing something right. It's the craziest thing. Oh, my mom's here. Mom, we were talking about you earlier. So we were talking about the trip to Greece, and I couldn't remember which islands we went to. So if you can put it in there, that'd be awesome. Like, let us know, because I knew it was Turkey. I knew it was Greece. I knew it was the place like with the blue roofs and the white stucco. I can't, I don't even know what the place was named, but can you list the places that we went to when we went on that cruise? Because I can't remember the name of them. I told the story earlier this morning, but I don't know if you were here. Curtis says Flat Earth wishes he had a mom who cared. Oh man, that's guys, that's harsh, man. That's hard. That actually, I mean, there might be a lot of truth to that, and that's kind of sad. That's a deep dig. Uh, Flat Earth says Casey claims freedom until someone sells and then he silences them. Yeah, it's absolutely Flat Earth. They're no longer in the position. There's nothing for them to be here for, right? They're done. They've decided that they're out, so they've decided that they're no longer part of the discussion anymore. I only keep you here because you're funny. You crack us up, man. All right? Like, you didn't sit there. I'd love for you to tell me that you sold. Did you sell Flat Earth? Did you sell? I'd love for you to tell me that. Give me a minute. Okay, cool, Mom. Thanks. I appreciate it. I couldn't remember the names of the islands that we went to. Flat Earth wants a voice so bad that he's not willing to say that he sold. He wants his voice here so bad that he's not willing to say that he sold his position. That's power for you guys. If you want to know true power, it's when you can affect somebody in such a way that they can't actually do anything, right? Like, he legitimately can't even state like what his position is because he's afraid. That's power. That is true power right there. He needs his voice to be heard so bad that he can't state his position. Let's take a look at our numbers, guys. It's 11:03. I'm going to log in to my broker, and let's see here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could help keep somebody out of your account. That is true power. When you can affect the voice of one person because they're afraid. He needs you to hear what he's saying so badly that he can't say what he really wants to say. Let's take a look at our numbers. If you guys ever run across somebody who's shilling, ask them what their position is on AMC. It's kind of one of those. It's an interesting thing that if they don't disclaim what their position was with AMC, then you can pretty much discount everything it is that they're saying. The reason for that is that they know, shills know that there's certain set of guidelines that they can't break, and one of them is that if they have a position with a stock where they could potentially cause people to change their position by stating something, then they're in trouble. They can get in major trouble for that. So it's kind of an interesting thing. So if you ever ask them what their position is, or how they, what kind of like if they're short or long a position and they don't choose to state it, they'll get in trouble. My mom says it was Mykonos, Rhodes, Santorini, Patmos, and the seaport of Athens. It has a different name than Istanbul. We went to Istanbul though. Oh, and Istanbul. I said and Istanbul. Okay, it has a different name. Okay, so it was a different comment there. I'm gonna write those down because I actually had somebody in from I think they said Greece that was in here earlier this morning. Shoot, I don't have my notes up. I'm gonna take you guys to the other screen. Give me 1 second while I find my notes. I gotta copy and paste this to my notes before I forget. Cool. Thank you, Mom. I appreciate that. Casey made him get emotional. I know, man. It's kind of funny. They tend to get emotional really quickly. It's money works for them just the same way it works for us. I mean, believe it or not, it really does apply a level of discomfort, right? Like if they're at risk of losing a crap ton of money, there is a level of discomfort that is felt through that, truly and definitely felt. So it's kind of one of those weird situations. Uh, they're very passionate about what it is that they're talking about for a reason. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here. I already mentioned the logging in two-factor authentication. If you guys have any questions or comments that you want me to see, hold those until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, because I'm not going to see them from this point going forward. An hour ago on off exchange it was 57.95% and EDGX was at 13.72. Those numbers are now showing 57.96 and 13.12 for a grand total of 71.08%. I think that's really close to what it was an hour ago. I don't. I know I just read it off, but I don't even remember what it was. On Ape, it's 63.68 and 15.39 an hour ago. It is now currently 62.48 and 15.79 for a grand total of 78.27. That's a little bit lower, maybe about 1% lower in the off exchange than it was an hour ago. Obviously, with price moving downwards, there's less volume that needs to go through off exchanges to keep price from moving up. And according to Ortex, in the top right-hand corner, an hour ago, AMC was seeing 629,000 shares having been returned. That is now, 740,000 shares. Slight effect on short share interest of the free float to 21.44%. Let's take a look at. No, actually, I'll cover the rest of the numbers. Cost to borrow is at 22.07. Shares on loan for the day today is at 195.24 million. That's 800,000 shares less than what it was yesterday. Guesstimating about 300,000 of that was in closed short interest. Refreshing Ape. As of an hour ago, there was a return of 1.83 million shares. It's now 2.02. That's going to have the effect of slightly lowering the short share interest of the free float again to 6.63 on Ape, and the cost to borrow average is at 9.78. Shares on loan for the day today is at 36.18, which is 11.2 million shares less than last Friday. That's going to be all short interest that was closed out. Obviously, closing short interest is bullish. Taking a look at the options on AMC1. I think this is a quad witching week. I still haven't bothered to look it up to see if it is or not. I can just kind of tell based off of some of the volume that I'm seeing in open interest. But at a $20 strike price an hour ago, there was 597 contracts open on calls. It's now 607. On puts, it was 981 contracts at 15 strike. It's now 990. Not a whole lot of activity on the new volume. But market is still kind of signaling for a closing price of Ape and AMC combined over somewhere between $15 and $20. It's currently at $15.63. Max pain is $15. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, as I was explaining before, we've been seeing some high volume today as AMC is ranked number 11th with highest amount of trades, according to Fidelity on their trading through the retail that's trading through their brokerage. 45% of those are buys and 55% sales, so we're kind of down. I'd like to see at least 15% more volume through the buy side, but as I mentioned earlier, the Ichimoto cloud is kind of signaling for this to be kind of a sell-off period. We had a really strong buy signal at about $9 on AMC, and then a sell signal at around 10.25. So there would have been some day traders that would have been trying to take advantage of that, and that's why you're seeing a higher level of sell orders than buy orders currently. Ape is in 12th with a 58% buy to 42% sell ratio. Still not the best. I'd like to see 60-40 or better. GME is 15th with a 60% buy to 40% sell ratio. They're making the bare minimum. SSR trips at $8.75 for AMC. No new shares having been borrowed in the last hour. 18.5% is the fees. NASDAQ is up 0.63%, Dow Jones is up 0.46%, and the S&P 500 is up 0.65%. We currently have an advancing over declining market with 4,201 advancers to 2,536 decliners. The VIX is up 4.17%. Where's the SPY? SPY is up 0.65 even though the VIX is up. VTI is up 0.61. IWD is up 0.58. Tesla is up 0.74. Amazon is up 1.52. Cinemark is down 1.35. Doge is down 1.2. Bitcoin is up 1.05 and dropping. GME is down 1.94. HYMC is up 5.17. Hood is up 3.35. NCMI is up 2.34. Ape is up 3.98. And AMC is up 2.11. Refreshing inflow versus outflow. $4 million more in inflow than outflow for the day today, with 32.26 million shares having been traded on AMC. It does look like we're going to beat my expectations on volume for the day today, but let's just see what kind of pace we're on here. We've traded for 163 minutes. Looks like we're on pace for about 77.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 35 to 55 million shares. Originally I wanted to go 40-60, but I wanted to be on the lower side just to try and catch the lower side just in case we had really low volume. There's a chance that we could make 55. It's going to be a stretch, but I'll probably miss a little bit. On the hourly, we have more on AMC, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.92, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover on that indicator, RSI at 52, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.74, which is below average. So we're starting to see a little bit of a cooling off here, enough cooling off to where we may see price start to move back upwards. Taking a look at Ape, there's roughly $3 million more of inflow than outflow and 7.05 million shares traded. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. An hour ago, we were meeting my pace. Prediction. We're on pace for 16.81 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 5 to 25 million. So I think we're gonna, unless there's some kind of like random, like massive purchasing or volume that occurs in the end of the day today, then we should see volume hit within that range. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 70.37, which is about or signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.3, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 49.75, which is average. Let's see if I can get a good idea to where AMC is going to be heading to next. It does appear, hold on a second. It looks like we might be on a descending parallel channel, but let me just check it and verify. Or not. This I mean this wedge is this descending wedge here is pretty steep. I would think this would be a breakout going up. We had the same kind of thing going on earlier. We had a descending wedge, and I suggested to you guys that we would see a breakout going up, and we did. And I said, don't be surprised if we don't see a retest of 994, and we did see the retest. The breakthrough, a retest of 994 to see if there wasn't support there, and it's now moving back downwards again. So I feel like we're kind of in this new descending parallel or descending wedge. Um, Trying to pick out like a breakout point is going to be kind of difficult. I think somebody did say 974 as a point of resistance and support. So I'm going to draw my box right around like that 974 range to because if there's a level of support and resistance in here, then I'm going to try and draw the box to where like price will drive down this, find that level of support and resistance, kind of consolidate a little bit, and then break out going back up again. Whether or not it does the same kind of repeat pattern as this back here to where it goes down, breaks up, and then comes back down to retest that level of support or resistance, we'll have to see if that's going to be the case or not. On Ape, so it was close. It really looks to me like it did break out here like 2 minutes before my box. Actually 1 minute. 1 minute before my box was drawn for. But to be very honest with you guys, I think we're seeing a lot of consolidation still. It looks to me like they're trying to break it below that 576 price, which you can see it's supported several times. Whether or not they get it there, I have no idea, but I'm gonna draw this box like kind of here, I think. I don't know. I don't know if this is kind of like a recommended like period of time to where it may break. I'm actually I should probably draw it. I don't know. At these prices where we're at right now, the range is only like I'm only giving myself like a 5 cent range for this to break out, which is like I feel normally I would use more of the tip and but in this particular case, once it gets into this box, there's only a 5 cent range here. I've got 575 on the bottom side and 581 at the top. That's 6 cent range, but it's not a whole lot. Mostly, I think what we're seeing right now is just an attempt to try and um, drive down volume, kill the volume, smear the volume. Alrighty, let me see what you guys are saying. I'm gonna go to break here. I did it again this weekend, guys. I made carnitas, so I've got carnitas waiting for me. I just love those carnitas that I make. Oh wait, I just missed what Glenn was saying. Glenn said we will see a breakout. I'm seeing 965 on the low and 975 is likely. Oops. Yeah, I think somebody was mentioning 974 is like a level of, or 972, 974, somewhere around that range as being a possible level of support and resistance. Um, I think that's kind of, I think this kind of fits that. You know, Arthur, you gotta stop being, you know, you can't make everything sexualized. Why's it gotta be about sex all the time with you? Oh man. Arthur says I'm crying now. David Smith says, Casey, I really appreciate the kindness you weave into the conversation. The world really needs it. Respect. Uh, I don't know what I did that was kind, but thanks, man. I appreciate it. It's good to know that I've got a kind side to me every once in a while. Oh, is it? It's not quad. It's triple. My bad. Did I say? I think I said quad. I could tell. I could tell that it was a witching day this Friday. I mean, you can take a look at the options that are there. In regards to what will happen, all it really simply means is that the possibilities for a gamma ramp, there's a little bit more potential there. So I'm not saying that that's going to cause anything to happen. It's just that if price does start to run during a time where where you have a built options chain that's there, that could apply a lot of pressure on institutions to um, what's the word I'm looking for? Find shares on the market, find shares on the market to buy or borrow. All right, Arthur, you're allowed to have your talent. You set people straight in a way that's not offensive. I feel like I'm offensive sometimes too, though. I've had my moments, David. It happens. Um, oh, it is quadruple witching, September 16th. All right, cool. I thought it was quad, but I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. Thank you, Pantheon, for correcting me. Uh, there should. Mm, no, it should be the third this year. Shoot, now you got me all confused, Alex. Dang it. Hold on a second. Let me look it up. March 18th, June 17th, September 16th. So yeah, so this would be the third. because December we still have to do the fourth quarter, which is December 16th. So, and it's nice because September and December fall on the same day. So when we hit September 16th this year, then it's a month. It's exactly 3 months. Well, the day is the same. You just got to remember it's 3 months out from there for the fourth. Yeah, I knew what the conversation you were referring to, David, but I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I felt like I could have been nicer. I feel like I could have been nicer. You're welcome, Arthur. Yeah, we changed it to no FOMO, Alex. Although I don't like saying that as much because when I say no FOMO, it makes me feel like I'm trying to tell people like don't FOMO. And actually, I don't really think FOMOing is a good idea. I think investing smartly, along the way is better. Um, it's a little less offensive to say no FOMO, but I don't want you guys to think that you can't buy whenever you want to buy. I'm not trying to suggest that. It's more friendly to say no FOMO. Yucca Frida says I've been waiting in the back of the Big Tramp no show. Who's the no show? MG Toe says, there seems to be some confusion about the bear market we are in, the giant bull trap too. I mean, the media has been doing a great job of trying to spin it that everything's okay. I need some more spots to open DS for me to add some more people. Right now I've got a full list. I've got hmm, I've got some things I gotta kind of take care of first before I can add some more moderators. Jordan says if I want to tell on you for being mean, who should I report to, Miss Shaw or Miss Shaw? Either one of them. They both get on me, Jordan. My wife is. There's been like I don't know. I want to say at least a half dozen times where she said, "You're being an asshole." Nobody else has called me out on it for her. Like she's the only one. She's like, you're being an ass. Like stop. She's like, nobody wants to hear you talking about that. Stop talking about it. And I'm like, oh, okay. So she puts me in my place quite often, and I guess it's easy for me to get on a soapbox every once in a while, so it's easy to do. But I think she's a good litmus test for me. As far as my mom goes, I don't think she's ever gotten on my case about. I don't think she's ever gotten on my case about anything that I've said before. I'm trying to think back, and so I think Jordan, if you want a complaint department, talking to my wife would probably be the way to go. Or do note that in my Discord channel there is a super chat refund section that you can go in there and request your super chat refund. That's also a great place to put in complaints. MG Toe says, "What's the media going to spin when the Fed drops 100 basis points?" Hold on a second. I want to look and see. You since you're saying that, I want to look up and see what the percentages are. Let's see. So as of, let me just make sure this is the right date. Okay, so we're currently at 225. Oh, no, that would be 75. Okay. So as it stands right now, according to the page that I look at, the target rate for probabilities only show 50 basis points and 75 basis points as being possibilities. So, and this is a page that Super Steven gave me. It's called the Fed. Actually, I'm not sure what the page. CMEgroup.com. But anyways, they do like a probabilities here. They've got 90% probability that it's going to be 75 basis points over 50. But November 22nd, let's see, that's for September 21st. November 22nd's got 3 different values in there. So if let's just assume that they raise it to 300, right? 300 to 325 for the basis points. If they do that, 300 to 325, the next one saying that they're giving they're giving probabilities for an increase by 25, 50, and 75. So nowhere in here are they doing any kind of probabilities on 100 basis points yet. So, oh shoot, I just refreshed it. It's so crazy. I just refreshed it, and the 75 basis points for the 21st this month just increased to 92% chance. In a matter of minutes, it just increased to 92% chance. Uh-oh. Sounds like Pantheon and Diaz are talking about football over here. I ain't going to get in the middle of that one. I'm going to go to break. I'm going to go eat some of those carnitas. James, I did not hear you breaking in the back of the big tramp. Good to see you today, James. So I'll pull a Bitcoin real quick here because Harry Parrott says, was that a slight Bitcoin? So I had suggested that there would be a slight run on Bitcoin before the next push down. If you go back and you look at some of the price movements that occurred on the front side of the shoulder over here, you can see that, it did, I don't know, what do you want to call this, like triple bottom on this thing over here a couple times. We're getting a little bit of a different effect over here on this side. Whether or not this is going to continue, I'm waiting to see it break 22.4. If it breaks 22.4 and really kind of holds past that, actually, what was this run up? So it broke 22.482 briefly. But I'm waiting. I'm really kind of waiting for this to see if it breaks 22.4. We could see something different than a head and shoulder pattern coming out of this. However, I'm still kind of holding on to this being, like you say, a little bit of a bull trap on Bitcoin. That's what I'm seeing. Obviously not financial advice, but I'm kind of expecting the breakout of this trend and below 19.2 to occur this weekend, starting this weekend. This is the date of this box here is 9/18, which I think is Sunday. Yep. So, and if that occurs, um, if it breaks hard, if Bitcoin breaks hard this next weekend, we might see some. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know what's going to happen after that. 'Cause everything becomes very, very murky at that point. I mean, I have no idea. I feel like at that point they're out of collateral, and so it's like how much longer after that? It could be really, really short. Don't tell Diaz, but I did just have to. I did just get lucky yesterday in the football league. I have to talk tough though. Oh man, Rem Taco. That sucks, man. I hope you're okay. Make sure you go get checked for rabies and stuff, man. Like, I hope it's not too bad. Gotta get that stuff taken care of. Those dog bites can be nasty. Jeff almost had a coronary because I was showing Bitcoin. Oh, you can jump in anytime you want to, James. So here's the problem, Pantheon. I have avoided purposely doing a fantasy football league for probably a decade, at least a decade. I would imagine it's been longer than a decade, but for at least a decade, I've avoided joining any kind of fantasy football leagues, and the reason for it, Pantheon, is that I'm incredibly competitive. I hate losing, and it would absolutely. I am a huge statistician, and so I absolutely would go like nuts. My wife would lose me. I spend more time working on data for AMC that I would lose my focus, and I don't want to do that right now. I want to. One of these days, Pantheon, when this is all said and done, one of these days I will do a fantasy football league, and I will win that year. I promise you, it's coming. But I need to have some time, and I need to be able to dedicate my entirety into it, and really kind of diving into the numbers big time. So, and then when I do, you watch out. I will be a force to be reckoned with. But until then, I just don't like. I hate playing things that I don't put all my attention into. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna go to break. I've kind of delayed my break here for quite a bit. I'm actually gonna go until so I'm not gonna come back until 12:20. So it's gonna be a little bit of an odd day today because I don't know I got a little extra energy today. I'm got some pep going in me here. I don't know how because I really didn't get much sleep last night, but somehow or another I've managed to stay peppy. I think it's the Shillery. The Shillery's got me going. So let me put up my message and give you guys some music, and then I'm gonna take off. Savvy says, Casey, you're not kidding about the work it takes. Hubby has pages and pages of spreadsheets for his league. You can't even imagine. It would be nuts. It would be nuts. I would be freakishly, yeah, it would just be too much. 12:20, yeah. So it looks like we're getting a little bit of a push here, guys, and you know it's best when I leave for us. So I will see you guys after break.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? Musicvine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with Musicvine.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back.
Alrighty, I'm back, guys. Nice little run up there. Combined, I was just checking out the combined price of AMC and Ape. We're at $15.93. Max Pain is at $15 for the day today. Let's go through the numbers. Darren Morris says Casey should be a manager. He's on break more than at work. Darren, please see my super chat refund on my Discord. You can make a reference for that. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. I went ahead and already logged into Fidelity, so I'm gonna take you guys over the other screen. I'm not gonna be able to read what you guys are, your characters are saying here from here on out. So hold those thoughts unless you want me to skip over it. I won't see it until you see when you see the big tramp back up on this page again. I'll be able to see those. I just saw that one last comment there before I switched over. Pro Jeweler asking, Casey, can you do a combined chart of AMC and Ape? I can, but it would be. I don't think it really would help us to watch that throughout the day. I'd rather see them separated. Hold on a second, I'm gonna sneeze. So what I would say is I can throw that up as part of the reference, but I mean that's why I just kind of throw out the combined price. But yeah, I'll put it up when I check it on the hourly. I usually read it off, but we'll take a look at the combined pricing and charts for that, and just kind of take a look at it every once in a while just to see. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Off exchange an hour ago, we had, actually, you know what? I'll move that chart over right now so we can look at that. Off exchange an hour ago, 57.96. EDGX was at 13.12. Let's see what it is now. $58.39 on 12.41 for a grand total 70.8%. That's a little bit lower than it was an hour ago. Not too much. Still very, very high volume going through those two off exchanges though. Ape was 62.48 and 15.79 an hour ago. Those are now being reported as 60.77 and 15.4 for a combined total of 76.17% through those two off exchanges. It was like 78% before, so I think it's dropped by like 2%. That's still very high numbers though. I think price discovery would be much, much higher if, yeah, those numbers would be much, much higher if, or the price, the value of Ape would have probably gone up much, much higher if there wasn't so much off exchange volume occurring. Taking a look at AMC, I feel like I'm going to sneeze again. An hour ago, there was a reporting on AMC of 740,000 shares having been returned. It's now 954,000. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short interest of the free float to 21.44%. Cost of borrow is at 20.62. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 195.24 million, which is 800,000 shares less than it was the day before, with about 300,000 of that being in closed short interest. Looking at Ape, an hour ago there was 2.02 million shares having been returned. It's now 188,000 shares being returned. That's going to have an increasing effect on the estimated short share interest. So the free float's at 6.99%. Cost of borrow averages at 8.29%. Shares on loans, 36.18 million shares. That is a decrease day over day by 11.2 million shares, which is all short interest. Taking a look at the combined price and chart of AMC and Ape. Oh, shoot. You know what? I went to it too quickly. Hold on a second. Going back. Options. Almost forgot. Highest amount of options an hour ago was at a $20 strike price. There were 607 contracts. There's now 615, same strike. On puts, at a $15 strike an hour ago, there was 990 contracts. There's now 994. at a $15 strike. Market's still kind of signaling towards a closing price somewhere between $15 and $20 as a combined price between AMC and Ape. Here's the chart for AMC and Ape combined. We are currently at $15.96. Pulling this out to a 1 hour. I see a double bottom down here. On the 1 hour chart, we have a pretty nice looking double bottom. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently 11th most heavily traded stock with 46% buys to 54% sales. Ape is currently in 14th with 57% buys to 43% sales, and GME is in 17th with 59% buys to 41% sales. SSR triggers at $8.75. There's been another 150,000 shares that have been returned. NASDAQ is up 1.12, Dow Jones is up 0.65, and the S&P 500 is up 1%. We currently have 4,608 advancers to 2,140 decliners. The VIX is up 3.38, VTI is up 0.95, IWD is up 0.82, Tesla is up 1.39, Amazon is up 1.8, Cinemark is down 1.49, Doge is down 0.15, Bitcoin is up 1.88, GME is down 0.24, HYMC is up 6.22, Hood is up 5.57, NCMI is up 1.82, Ape is up 7.5%, and AMC is up 3.04%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC for the day-to-day is up $6 million roughly, with 37.94 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for 58.48 million shares traded by the end of the day today. This is one of those days, guys, that I was talking about. I've seen this happen on occasion from time to time where pre-market volume really kind of tells you what the whole day is going to look like. I mean, we started out this morning on pace for 150 million shares traded in the first half hour. And now here we are sitting at 58. We're on pace for 58.4 million shares, which is a third of the original value that we started out at. In the pre-market earlier this morning, an hour and a half before market even opened, I was sitting here telling you guys that prediction of 35 to 55 million shares. You can't make this crap up. Looking at pre-market volume is a great way of knowing what daily volume is going to look like. It's a great way. There's just no way you could predict this. I mean, if you were to look at the market open and suggest to somebody at market open that we were all going to hit, 55 million or less in share movement, nobody would have believed you. They just wouldn't. There's no way you could look at that and say, oh yeah, sure, that's going to be the case. I wouldn't have believed me. That's for sure. On the hourly, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.06. That's probably my biggest thing. I want anybody who's a shill who's listening right now, please listen, hear me out. You say there's no market manipulation, but I sit here and tell you in the mornings, I give you these great predictions on where price or where volume is going to be for the day. You can't sit there and tell me that this market isn't being heavily manipulated when I can tell you what in pre-market what the market's going to tell you what the volume's going to be for the day. I mean, it's just like if you can't open your eyes and see the writing on the wall, I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know what to tell you. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.72, which is about average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.53, which is slightly below average. On Ape, almost $4 million in inflow than outflow, roughly. 8.54 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for 13.02 million shares. I suggest in pre-market 5 to 25. On the hourly, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.37, which is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.37, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.56, which is average. I quite honestly, guys, I don't understand that. I just don't. It boggles my mind that there's people out there who fail to believe that this market is as heavily manipulated as it is. That when you know that the market that retail is only responsible for moving the market by 10%, and that algorithmic trading dictates what volume is going to be for the day by 7 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern Standard Time. That's got to be an eye opener. It has to be an eye opener. There is. Jana, the off-exchange volume for both AMC and Ape are very, very high. They're very, very high. Both of them are over 70%. A normal off-exchange trading day would be somewhere around 64%. And we've got 76? Was it 76%? Hold on a second. We got yeah, 76%. 76% going through one and 70% through the other. Right? So one of them's 6% higher than normal, the other one's like 10% higher than normal. So combined 16% between the two alone is above and beyond. 16% of total volume between two different stocks is more inventory going through volume in those off exchanges. It's crazy. It's mind-boggling. 15% more volume. That's insane. It's insanity. When Gary Gensler got up in front of Congress and testified that 90% of all volume goes through off exchanges, like how does that not just like cause the our elected officials to not sit there and go like, what the hell's going on here? No, they're complicit in it. That's the problem. They're complicit in what's happening here. They're absolutely they're a part of what's going on, and they don't bat an eye at it because nobody understands. They go 90% of the volume is going through off exchanges is coming from nobody. nobody that's, it's coming from everybody but retail. And it doesn't shock anybody. There's no shock and awe. Point Break says that's why I said earlier today that we're worse off today more than January 2021 because it exposed and they don't care. They're going to have to care here. Eventually, Point Break Thor, they're going to have to care. And I think that's the point. I think that's the point that we're trying to make is if you don't want to care, then we're going to force you to care because we're not going to let you just get away with doing nothing. You're going to have to care about this. And that's where Curtis says they will care when the market takes it. That's what I'm saying. When the market takes a dump, somebody's going to care. When rich people, when the 1% starts losing money, that's when they'll care. The unfortunate side to this is that they will likely blame retail. They will try to blame retail for the events that are caused. Instead of trying to blame the institutions who are getting away with crime, they're going to say the people who chose to be investors in the market and invest in companies are to blame. They are the bad people. They're investing in companies that they shouldn't be investing in because they believe in the company. That's so wrong. It's so wrong of us. They'll say it though. Pretty sure of it. So on AMC, it looks like we broke upwards way earlier than the suggested breakout point. Let's see what we got going now. Food Dog says those horrible apes took away our caviar. I know. I feel like let's see what happens with this. This kind of looks like maybe we have a descending broadening wedge, which if this is the case, this might lead to more momentum downwards, but the breakout should be up. Initially, the breakout would be up, and then maybe to the the secondary touching point here. So we might see it rise to about 10-12 before breaking the other direction. Now it has there's a level of probability, like a 40 something percent chance that it will. Actually, it's less than that. It's like 38% chance that it won't occur and that we'll see something else happen here. But I'm going to be watching for a descending broadening wedge. On AMC. And on Ape, we had the official break on Ape. I think came a few minutes prior to my box that I had here. It was kind of a false breakout, came back down in and then broke inside the box for sure. It was definitely out by that time. So yeah, kind of hit, kind of didn't hit. Let's see where that one's heading to. See if we can't get an idea on this one. I just don't. I was talking to my son last night. I feel like we're in a battle for I think we have an ascending parallel channel maybe. That's slightly broadening. Just check this out. I think we're in a battle. I think we're legitimately in a battle for gosh, I don't know what to call it. Um, battle for control of our country. Like are the elites going to continue to run our country like this, or and the masses are just going to follow suit, or what's the? I feel like that's what we're in a battle of. The elites are just going to continue to tell us how we're going to take it, and we're just going to accept it, or um, we're gonna make things different, force things to be different. I don't know. Hayden says, I missed something, Casey Shaw. I want you to be correct, and I like what you just said, but what will really force their hand if markets crashes? They can't blame us because we're pawns. I mean, I don't know. I have a feeling like they'll try to blame us, but I don't know. Maybe they will find something else to blame it on. Hayden says they can't blame short hedge funds because that involves government being complicit. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they can find something else to blame it on. I don't know, but I feel like the easy answer is retail. I don't even want to call it a civil war, Jeff. I don't. I feel like this is like a passive war. You know what I mean? Like this is like a fight without fighting. This is a what is that called? Is it a struggle? Is this a non-violent or passive way to try and regain control of what's happening? I don't know. Has that ever happened before? Has any society ever had a passive takeover of its government to try and correct it to be better? I have no idea. Barry says they're going to blame it on climate change. That would be something, wouldn't it? Sub has the boss says, how could they blame me for buying and holding stocks? It's my money. I can spend it the way that I want. Uh, you know, it would be them more than likely saying that you're investing improperly. That's not how you're supposed to invest. Hayden says financial cold war. Something along those lines. Like I'm kind of curious if in history we've ever seen anything like that happen before, where the masses decide to. I mean, I guess could you? I feel like most of them are usually violent takeovers throughout history. This is more of a passive move. Yeah, it's a cold civil war. Roseanne says, "I'll tell you, if everyone bought AMC and Ape, that would make heads spin. It really would. It really would." Jesse says the Philippines did it in removing Fernandad Marcos. So no violence. It was just a takeover of the country, and I'll have to go. I'm gonna have to go research that. Crismo says it's called a peaceful protest. Pantheon says they will blame retail. Much of the problem will get placed into pension funds, just like exec order stocks were moved into TSPs on June 2nd, and then the losses of pensions will be our fault. I mean, yeah, you can kind of see the narrative being created. Glenn says someone is getting a collateral call. That's part of the problem, Easter Beast, and I agree with you. As a whole, our population doesn't understand what's going on right now. I know 4.1 million people sounds like a lot. It really does. But as a whole, people really don't understand what's happening right now. I was listening to a space call this weekend where this guy who was an ape, a diehard ape, his brother came into the space call and was talking, and he didn't know what was going on. And I thought it was kind of interesting to just kind of listen to what he had to say. But uh, I don't think people aren't focused on what's really happening, and they have no idea. Clark says, thanks for your undivided attention and advice when I had a problem with Cash App selling my shares. Called them. Shares were back in my account within an hour. Dude, Clark, I feel like I remember you talk. I don't remember the name. I don't remember your name being up here, but I remember somebody talking about them having their shares sold off without their approval. And I'm so glad that that's the case for you. I'm really happy to hear that that was taken care of, and I'm glad that I bet you feel better. I feel better for you, but probably nowhere near as good as you feel. Oh, please tell me that you have your ape shares as well, because I hope you have everything you're supposed to have. And that's awesome, man. I'm so glad that that's the case. Way to stick it to him. Jeff says, remember, fifth gen warfare is primarily info and finance. Roseanne says in the 60s we had sit-ins. Anyone want to sit in front of the SEC? They're not even there. I don't even think they're there, Roseanne. I don't. Somebody went down to the SEC building one time and they said it was empty. I don't think people are there. Hayden says, hearing your tone, Casey Shaw, I feel like you've seen the light at the end of the tunnel, and I like it. I just something's got to fix things, man. Something's got to fix things, and I don't know. We're getting there. Jeff says we did that. Well, Occupy Wall Street did just that. Hedgies poured champagne and laugh. But see that just sitting in on Wall Street didn't really do anything, though, right? Like everything was automated. They didn't care if people sat outside and protested or starved themselves or did anything that didn't actually physically impact them. This is a step up from that because we're actually taking money out of their pockets and forcing them into positions that they don't want to be in. I don't see. You know what? I dare Citadel to go break open champagne and start drinking it outside. Dare them. Go do it. Oh man, the conviction on everybody would just double, triple, quadruple down. Oh man, they, they would absolutely just rile people up with something like that right now. It does seem like nothing's happening, doesn't it? Let me zoom in on this. It feels like nothing's a whole lot of nothing's happening in here. Let me zoom in on this. We have in the last minute on AMC, we had 17,000 shares traded. The minute before that was 94,000 shares. So I wouldn't say nothing's happening, but it does seem that AMC is got a few minutes where there's some higher volume, and then a few minutes where there's lower volume. So not a whole lot of activity going on AMC. Let me zoom in on Ape just a tad bit on Ape. A minute ago we had 9,000 shares traded. The minute before that was 9,000. Looks like it's somewhere around like 5 to 10,000 shares a minute roughly. So it is. There seems to be a low activity, but not entirely not trading. How do we get more people to like actively? One of the things that I kind of realized is that even though we're actively participating to try and help change markets here and get more transparency and more fair trading regulations, uh, one of the things that I feel like I still see is a lack of participation. For example, the Say Technologies vote. We had like basically 1% of the population report. And it's kind of 4.1 million people, 1%'s not it's nothing. So how do we get more people involved in wanting to help make things better? Because that truly, like, it's ownership, right? Nobody wants to help out if they don't really, truly, honestly feel like they can make changes. So how do you actively make it so that people can feel like they're making changes or making things better? What can you do to do that? Forrest says, Casey, when we MOASS, will you ship me a broken AMKC mug? I was hoping more about putting a party on at some point and then giving one away to every single person that comes. So how about you come and get it? How about you come and get it? Ooh, KFC Shaw says, did Boss Blunts buy his 100K worth of shares yet? I don't know. That's a great question. Forrest says, how to get people involved in the movement, not just our movement, Forrest, but about making this nation better as a whole. Like, why do we have such low quality choices on some of the people that we get to pick for people who are going to make impactful changes to our country? You know what I'm saying? Like, where I know there's good people out there. There's so many good people. I run across them all the time everywhere I go, and I know there's good people who could do great jobs in this country, but nobody wants to do anything though. How do we change that? How do we change that attitude and where people want to have ownership in this country? I'm not just talking about AMC. I'm talking about the bigger picture. How do we get more people to be impacted and feel like that they're going to make this country better place, not just for us but the whole world? MG says, "Hey Casey, how come AMC is up twice as much as Ape?" Ape is up 6.48%. What do you mean? I'm reading what you guys are saying. Roseanne says, I'm going to call Suzanne Collins and ask her for tickets to tour the Off Exchange. She's going to ask you if you're Max Headroom. Force is saying it's because we don't elect the people that actually run our country. I really hope that's not true. I'm gonna put this up as a poll, as a poll, not a pool, a poll. Trying to think how to word this. James says HYMC is about to blow. I don't know how to, actually, you know what? I'm not going to put up this poll because I don't know how to word it. I guess what I'm curious is like how many of you guys are going to be able to leave this play when it's all said and done? How many of you are going to be able to leave this play and not see the world differently than how you saw it prior to being in this play? Like, has this impacted you? Has this impacted you in a way that will forever change how you view everything? Or or is this all part of what it is that you've been did you always know it was like this and this doesn't change anything for you, it just confirms it? KFC Shaw says it's a big club and you ain't in it from George Carlin Carlin. I can't say his last name. I'm so free 23 says it already has. Jabib says absolutely. CD Portif, welcome. I haven't seen the name before. I don't recall. Um, I like what you said. I never thought that Wall Street was so corrupt. Clark Barwick says, you're striking at the core of who I am. I tell you what, guys, I've been trading in this market for a long time. I knew that there was manipulation in the market, but nothing. I had no idea it was this bad. I gotta tell you, I mean, like, I legitimately just charted, right? Like, I charted for a long time, and it's easy to see the charts, and it's easy to get caught up in charts and making smart trades based off of what you're seeing in charting in the market. But when you actually sit down and you actually watch this as heavily as I have for like the last year, the level of corruption is what's shocking. Like like how it's really really bad. It's really bad. Roseanne says, seriously, I'll go back to trading because I love it. I'll work for a hedge fund and give you guys inside scoop for sure. Nope. Let's see here. Casey's Broken Mug says, from the stock markets, yes, for sure, this will change my view on how it works. And wait, I lost it. And the levels of government who are complicit in allowing this to continue. I'm So Free 23 says 2008 was bad, but what's going on right now is insane. I mean, it is. It really, truly, and honestly is. Flat Earth, it is corrupt. It is manipulation. And I knew it going in, but I had no idea it was nearly as bad as I've come to learn. Over the last year, there are things that I have seen that I just have never seen before. There's questions that I've had to call up and ask my broker that are questions that a lot of the level two guys, like not the first people you call on the phone, but the next people that they hand you off to, the level two guys don't even, they don't even know. They don't even know the answer. I had one guy who said he'd been working for Fidelity for 15 years and he had never ever once had the question that I asked him in reference to, and that it was new information for him. He actually had to get onto a what did he call it? A messaging system within the company to ask, and they had to like discuss before he could give an answer. It's really just kind of crazy. So even I know there's even people within our own brokers that are learning new things from all of this. It's 118, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and do the numbers and then head to breaking. And I know I just took a break, but I kind of waited a little bit too long to take my first break this morning, my second break this morning. So let me run through the numbers real quick here. I'm gonna read what Dr. Zeno said before I leave the comment section here. Gotta say, I don't understand why anyone is shocked at the level of corruption you've been living under a rock. I don't know if it's that we've been living under a rock, Dr. Zena, or it's just not readily, like, I don't know. Maybe it is living under a rock. I don't know. Maybe it is, man. I don't want to say that maybe it is that what you're saying is true, but it kind of feels like that. Um, Maybe it is living under a rock. I don't know. Maybe we get content with status quo and we just don't even really care. I don't know if it's living under a rock. Maybe it's just people are apathetic and they don't choose to recognize what's happening. They don't really they don't care enough. You don't care enough. Let's take a look at off exchange. Let's see here. What do we got going on? An hour ago on off exchange, it was 58.39 on AMC and EDGX was at 12.41. If you guys have specific comments for me, wait till you see the big tramp back up on the page again. I won't be able to see it otherwise. Let's see what the numbers are for off exchange now. We're currently getting 58.19 through the off exchange and 12.27 through the EDGX. It's we're looking at a combined total of 70.46 for those two off exchanges. That's very high data. Still very, very elevated numbers. Ape an hour ago was 60.77 and 15.4. It is now 60.99. and 14.99 for a total of 75.98, which is a little bit lower, just fractionally lower than it was an hour ago. Still very high numbers, being in the 70s. Ortex data for AMC. An hour ago, there was 954,000 shares having been returned. It's now 749,000 shares. It's going to have an increasing effect on short share interest of the free float to 21.43%. Cost to borrow average is at 20.48, which is about 2% less than it was an hour or two ago. Shares on loans at 195.24 million for the day, which is 800,000 shares less than previous day. 300,000 of that is in short interest estimated. Ape, an hour ago, had 188,000 shares having been returned, is now 704,000 shares borrowed. That's going to have an increasing effect on the short share interest of the free float to 7.2%. Cost to borrow average is 8.32. All of that's going to be in short interest. So there's some new short interest that's being opened on Ape. Shares on loan is 36.18 million shares. It's 11.2 million shares less day over day. As of an hour ago, at a $15 strike, or sorry, at a $20 strike price, we had 615 contracts open for the day. That's actually changed to a $12 strike. So it looks like there's in the money call options that are being purchased. There's 641 contracts there at 12. For puts at a $15 strike, an hour ago there was 994 contracts. There's now 999. Let me see here. AMC's and Ape's price combined is $16.02, putting us at exactly $2 less than what the split price was 3 weeks ago. Has it been 3 weeks? 1, 2, yep, 3 weeks ago. Orders by Fidelity customers. Oops. AMC is 12th most heavily traded stock with a 46% buy to 54% sell ratio. Ape is coming in at 15th with a 57% buy to 43% sell ratio. And GME coming in at 17th with a 59% buy to 41% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is at $8.75. Does look like they've borrowed an additional 50,000 shares for the day today. That puts us at 650,000 shares borrowed. The fees are currently at 18.5%. NASDAQ is up 1.04%, Dow Jones is up 0.6%, and the S&P 500 is up 0.93%. We currently have 4,510 advancers to 2,245 decliners. VIX is up 4.52, VTI is up 0.9. Let's see, we've got IWD up 0.78, Tesla's up 1.14, Amazon is up 1.84, Cinemark is down 1.42, Doge is down 0.06, Bitcoin is up 2.17, GME is up 0.21, HYMC is up 6.35, Hood is up 5.52, NCMI is up 0.87, Ape is up 7.58, and AMC is up 3.81. Total amount of inflow versus outflow, there's $6 million more in inflow today than outflow. Volume at 39.87 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace that puts us on. Let's see here. It looks like we're on pace for about 56.5 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in pre-market we'd see somewhere between 35 to 55 million. So we're looking like we're going to be hitting the pace, provided there's not some exponential volume increase towards the end of the day. On the 1 hour time interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 64.08, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, hold on a second. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 56.52, which is slightly above average. On a 5 hour interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.14. Ape has currently got $4 million more roughly in buying pressure than selling pressure with 8.96 million shares traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for about 12.66 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 to 25 million. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 75.69, which is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.29, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover on this vortex indicator, RSI at 61.17, which is above average. So on this descending broadening wedge, it looks like we may have completed the breakout point upwards in price. So let me just kind of get an idea for where we may be heading to here. Because I actually think it's going to come down in price. Maybe down to 961. So I'm going to put a box down here. Look for 957 to hold support by the end of the day today. It may continue to rise up here. I'll look for another. We have like a 62% chance of hitting this. If not, I'm gonna continue to watch for another pattern. On this one, on Ape, I don't know what's going on Ape here. So this almost looks like an ascending broadening wedge. It's difficult to say because it's not very transparent on this one. I'm not sure on this one. It's not as easily defined. If slash when price breaks out down, as this would be a bearish breakout in price, you would see price initially it's a breakout down on price, but then you should have the return side to that, which would be the upside. And if price did drop down, it might make it down to like the 580 range. So you might see this go up here and consolidate like in here, break down, and then kind of make it down to the 580 range, 585. Or it could just hang out in this channel all the way to close, which would put us somewhere around like $6 range. I don't think I was showing that. Sorry. The idea, CD Portif, is that they don't ever fully close out all their positions. I mean, they usually short stock into bankruptcy, and then once they short the stock into bankruptcy, all their short positions become tax exempt, and they get to collect the money for free. So the more positions that they have open by the time they've bankrupted are positions that they don't have to pay on and they just collect money on. So the idea is that they would never fully close out their positions ever as long as they were continuing to push the price down. So I wouldn't look at it from the perspective of like when can they close all their positions, because if the true honest, position that they're taking, which is what they did take, is that they're going to bankrupt this into the ground, then that's what they're going to have to do. They're going to continue to hold those positions. They're never going to fully close out those positions. If they decide to cut and run at some point, then you would see short interest drop to some ridiculously low level, and then price would start moving normally, more naturally. There would be no incentivized reason to continue to push price down. So the answer to your question is when do they exit their position? Never. There's only one way for them to choose to open up this much short interest, and that's to bankrupt the company. So they're betting on them bankrupting themselves, or they're betting on the company being bankrupt. Yeah, CD, you're welcome. I was laughing at Point Break comment. Yeah, I mean, guys, this is not that big of a stream. Hey, don't you think you can impact more people someplace else, Flat Earth? Like, don't you think that there's more? Don't you think there's more people that you can affect? Oh, wait. You got to sign this position? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense why you're not very good at your job. You got assigned the AMC channel when you could have had, like a TMI channel or Trey's channel or something like that. But so you got to sign. Okay, so that tells me I need to up my game. I need to up my game because you're the best I got. And but we'll pleasantly take you while we have you here. But you know, you got to make do, I guess, right? Everybody gets assigned a channel, I guess, that they got to go attack. And unfortunately for you, you got the short end of the stick. Hey, but at least Flat Earth, at least I respond. I think if you had to go to some of those other channels, you probably would you wouldn't have as much fun. You wouldn't have as much fun because, nobody would ever respond to you at all. You'd probably end up just getting booted almost immediately. Neo says, Casey, if you really want to pick up your game, you might want to start by answering your super chats. Yeah, that's truly, honestly, that is a big problem. I need to be better about answering those super chats. The big bucks I'm raking in here for doing what it is that I'm doing. Oh man, this is such big bucks. I wonder if like legitimately somebody doesn't like you, Flat Earth, because like I think I think drawing the straw to have to come to this channel to do the shilling, I think it really is the short end of the straw, because you at that point what basically is happening is that you actually have to respond to the person who's talking to you. Hey, by the way, where's your position? Wait. I'm gonna treat Flat Earth the same way that I treated Chan Chan. Flat Earth. Oh my gosh, you're so right. What should we do? Tell us what we should do, Flat Earth. Tell me what we should be doing here. What do we do? I need to know. I need to know, in your professional opinion, what should we do? But we need to know. Everybody here wants to know. It's not just me. Everybody here, I promise. Everybody here, type a one in if you want to know what Flat Earth thinks we should do. Throw a one in the comment section if you think you want to know what Flat Earth should tell us to do, what we should do. Let us know. What should we do? Everybody wants to know. We're dying to know what it is you want to tell us. Tell us. Look at this. Look at how many people are saying, tell us, Flat Earth. Please tell us what to do. What are we going to do? What do you want to know? What should we do? What should we do with our AMC shares, Flat Earth, and Ape shares? What should we do with them? I'm curious. We're all curious. We're really curious. We are on the edge of, I'm literally on the edge of my seat. I can't wait. This might be the first time. I feel like this might be the first time. You want it? Yes. I want your advice. I want your advice as to what we should do with our shares. What should we do with our AMC and Ape shares? We all want to know. Look at all those ones that you just got. You got tons of ones. The focus is on you. The focus is on you right now. We all want to hear what it is you have to say. We're waiting. Right on the edge of my seat. I'm literally like, I'm gonna have to, all right, I'm gonna sit right on the very edge. I'm on the very edge here in my seat. I can't get any more on the edge. If I get any more on the edge, I'm gonna fall off. What should we do with our shares? Nope, I don't think there's a single person here Series 7 licensed. You're not going to tell us what to, oh, Flat Earth, you have like all this information that you won't tell us. You won't tell us what we should do with our shares. I thought for sure I'd actually, like, for once, I'm still disappointed. I'm so disappointed here. I thought we were going to get somewhere with this one. All right, guys, I apologize. It's my bad. I thought Flat Earth had something to tell us. It's my fault. We're not all Series 7. I made a mistake. I thought Flat Earth. I thought he was insightful and had some great information for us about what we could do. Yeah, I know. It's all right, Flat Earth. I know. I understand, man. I understand the rules and the regulations. You can't advise us as to what we can do with our shares. I appreciate it though. For a second there, we thought you had some valuable information for us, but unfortunately, I guess we're just gonna have to continue to do what we want to do with it. So unfortunate. Oh well. Guess I'm just gonna keep on buying and holding. Oh well. I I didn't try, man. I didn't try. I didn't try. You are so much smarter than me, dude. So much smarter. I am just an ape over here eating crayons and loving it. You are way smarter than I am. But I'll tell you what though, even dumb apes know that it's break time, even beyond break time. Even so, I'm gonna go take a break and I'm gonna hang my head in shame as unfortunately I was looking forward to be able to give everybody some hope here as to what we could do with our shares that would be impactful for us. But I guess we're just gonna have to keep on trucking away doing what we do best. Sorry guys. I tried. I tried my best. I'm gonna go eat some crayons now. I'm ashamed. So much writing right on that one moment, and it was just kind of killed. Oh well. All right. I'll see you guys at 2:10 for toast for the end of the day.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
It's that time of the day. It's time to toast it out. I got my adventurous ape going here. All right. Let me get this toast out of the way here. I really don't know what to toast to today. But what I'm going to toast to is to all of our futures. I think that everybody's got some really bright futures, amazing things ahead of them. And I really hope that in the near future, kind of bringing this all back around here to the title for the day today, when people ask why AMC and Ape, don't forget your whys. Remember to tell them the story about what you've gone through, what you've experienced, and not just sit there and say, like, I'm just here to make tons of money. I I really think that it's important to make sure that people understand what it is that you're involved in, what they would be involved in as being an owner in AMC. It's more than just ownership of a stock where you're going to try and make cash. It really is. You don't have to want to be a part of that. You could just simply be here to just make money, and that's okay too. But this is more than that. And I truly and hopefully believe that I'd like to believe that most of you guys realize that and understand it. And if you didn't before, that you do now. so welcome to the party. But cheers to us and our futures, and making sure that that we are able to explain to people what it is that we've experienced and what we're going through here. So cheers to you guys and our futures. A toast, Yo says, a toast to the writer whom writes which we can't understand. That's probably what I should have just said. Because who can understand what the hell I just said right there? Casey, toast to the flat Earth guy, to flat Earth, and being smart enough to not being able to tell us what we should do with our positions. Holding your ground and not getting yourself in trouble is the right thing to do in the position that you're in. Cheers to that. Strong one. All right, let's take a look at the numbers one more time here. I'm going to log into my broker. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could help keeping somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. Try it out now. If you don't like it, get rid of it. But at least you tried. It's better to have tried than to have failed, not trying at all, I guess, or something like that. Toast to me not being able to say sayings correctly. Cheers. There's gonna be Casey-isms after this is all over. I know it. I know there's gonna be Casey-isms. All right, taking you guys to the other page. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until I get the big tramp back up on the page. I had to go back and reread. I wanted to go back and just see what you guys said before I went over to the actual numbers. And I just saw Dr. Zeno saying, toast to corruption, for without it, we wouldn't have this opportunity. I'll cheers to that one. I like it. I've had multiple cheers today. I've had multiple cheers today. Why? Why, Roseanne? Hold that thought, Roseanne. I'm going to come back to you. Let me get the numbers over, and then I'll get back to what it is you were saying. Just hold that thought. Starting with off exchange. 58.19 and 12.27 an hour ago through the EDGX as well. We have 58.52 and 12.08 for a grand total of 70.6% of our volume going through those two off exchanges for AMC. Ape is showing 60.99 an hour ago and 14.99 through EDGX. Is now currently 59 and 15.14 for a grand total 74.14. Oh, excuse me. A lot less volume going through the off exchange, which might be part of the reason why we're seeing some price discovery right now. Let's take a look at AMC. On AMC, on Ortex, we've got an hour ago 749,000 shares that were returned. It's now showing a return of 1.13 million. That's going to slightly lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.34%. Cost to borrow averages at 20.48. Shares on loan for the day today is 195.24 million, which is 800,000 shares less day over day. With 300,000 of that, I'm estimating to be as short interest. An hour ago on Ape, we had approximately 704,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.91 million shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 7.39. So they are borrowing more short interest for the day. Cost to borrow is at 7.88%. Shares on loans at 36.18 day over day, which was a decrease of 11.2 million in short interest. With new short interest opening, that's a little bit bearish here. I did suggest that we would probably see a 1 or 2 day run. We might see a turnaround after that. We did have, I believe, the combined price of AMC and Ape. We were up like 12.5 on AMC on Friday, 8.22 on Ape. I don't know what we're at right now, but we'll take a look at it here in just a second. Highest amount of options for call options and volume for the day today is at a $12 strike price. There were 641 contracts an hour ago. There's now 642. Puts, highest amount of volume is at a $15 strike price. That's where it was an hour ago with 999 contracts. There's now 1,013. Combined AMC and Ape, we are at $16.22. Max pain for the week is set at 15 for today. This is the chart for AMC plus Ape together. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is 12th most heavily traded stock with 45% buys to 55% sales. Ape is coming in at 15th with 55% buys to 45% sales, and GME coming in at 17th with 59% buys to 41% sales. SSR would have triggered at $8.75. Shares having been borrowed in the last hour, none, only returns. There's fees for borrowing were 18.5%. Total amount of shares borrowed so far for the day today is 650,000. NASDAQ is up 1.14, Dow Jones is up 0.6, S&P 500 is up 0.97. We have 4,664 advancers to 2,140 decliners. The VIX is up 6.06%, guys. I don't know how the SPY is up with the VIX being up. Other than the idea that there's short positions that are being created while the market's moving upwards. So perhaps they're expecting a big fall in value tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. It's kind of surprising. VTI is up 0.96, IWD is up 0.86, Tesla is up 1.64. When I get down to gold, I'll kind of show you guys why they may be expecting that. Tesla is up 1.61, Amazon is up 2.15, Cinemark is down 0.85, Doge is down 0.05, Bitcoin is right at that threshold that I was talking about at 22.4, up 2.59%. GME is up 0.35, HYMC is up 5.41, Hood is up 5.42, NCMI is up 2.71. Back to HYMC, gold is up as well. Future gold prospects are showing up right now. So VIX being up, gold being up, the market being up. I think you got a little bit of a bull trap going on for the day today. That's what it looks like. Ape is up 8.59%. AMC is up 5.2%. Total amount of inflow versus outflow. We have $6 million more in inflow than outflow for the day-to-day volume at 42.82 million shares. Looks like I'm going to get the volume prediction right today. Amazingly. We're on pace for 47.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 35 and 55 million shares. On the hourly time interval for AMC, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.35, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.5, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.12, which is above average. On Ape, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure by $4 million roughly. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Looks like we're on pace for about 11.11 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 5 and 25 million. So we'll probably hit that as well. On the hourly time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 77.17, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.01, signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.01, which is above average. I had a suggested breakout right here on my box. It looks like we broke out. Try to ignore this. So I've got two different pictures going on here. I have this falling, what appears to be a descending broadening wedge. And then what I also drew out here was a possible breakout point on this level of support and level of resistance. We broke through the resistance right where I kind of insinuated that we might see the breakthrough and are continuing upwards. This does not appear, and I'm going to repeat this, this very much does not appear to be following a descending broadening wedge. So the 62% chance that we had for hitting this is beating those odds. So I don't think that's the pattern. It's either just bad analysis on my part or just defeated the buying pressure that's occurring right now is defeating that pattern analysis. It looks like we're on a very extreme. Let me just check this out here. It could be a parallel channel. Yeah, I'm going to go for an ascending parallel channel here on AMC. This will be a bearish breakout, meaning it'll break down below the lower level of support at some point. And Ape. I'm kind of expecting. I mean, Ape's kind of a weird one. It kind of looks like an ascending broadening wedge, but at the same time, it doesn't though. I'm not really sure what's going on here. I think you're going to see some activity here just before the end of the. I'm not sure which way this is going to go, but I think you're going to see some activity really close towards the end here out of this trend. We have an ascending trend line that's holding support on multiple touch points. We're getting a lot of consolidation right here at $5.99, $6. We may see some more buy support coming in at that range, although the order book doesn't look very strong on the buy side. That could be a sign for movement towards the top end. Ethan says, "Quick before you leave, where can I buy your book?" No book, man. I don't know who. If you're talking to me, I don't have a book. Oh, dang, dude. Somebody came back in with the flat Earth mom. Come on, guys. I know it's all good fun, but I don't know. I feel like it's kind of offensive. I mean, I'm not gonna like tell you you can't do what you want, but I mean, that's his mom, man. You don't know what somebody's I don't know, maybe his mom was a great woman and he's just not not living up to standards. Who knows? I'm gonna still love flat Earth no matter what. No FOMO. Run AMC. Casey, can you do the screw the hedges commercial, aka Ford truck built tough? Love you, man. No, like right now? You want it right now? Both his mom and his dad were in here. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, Rick. Yeah, yeah, I can do the Ford built tough thing. Why not? Hold on a second. Let me fix up my chart here real quick. I just realized how crappy that looks. There we go. All right, let's see what we got here. All right. Good afternoon, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. Screw them! Yeah, that's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. It doesn't. I don't. It doesn't get tired. I get chills every time I do that. I get chills every time. Javi, how's it going, man? Eat poo and fling crayons. Yeah, you're welcome, Run AMC. Uh, I get a good kick out of it. That's fun. One of these days, they'll ask me to come and they'll ask me for do a guest appearance for Ford. I'll be like, I don't even want one of your trucks. I'll just do it for free. Just let me say something about AMC in there. Wow. Sam, welcome to the channel. I haven't seen the name before. Maybe I don't know. I don't recall having seen the name, but I feel like maybe I have once before. But you said America and all countries should support digital currency and cancel higher denomination notes to capture black money and save paper. Welcome. So I'm torn. I'm torn. I think that I think digital currency or CBDC. I really do think that a CBDC is necessary. But the downside to that is that people's money is going to be very heavily tracked, and that's what a lot of people don't want. Um, what I will say is this: for those of you who are against CBDC, if you use credit cards or debit cards, there's no difference between CBDC and your credit and debit cards. Zilch, zero, nothing. If you still happen to work off of a cash system only, and all you do is deal in cash everywhere you go, then I can understand your point of view. But that is becoming far, far, far few in between that are like that. Am I happy about the idea that the government can track every single one of our purchases and where that money's going, who it's going to? No, not at all. Um, what I will say also is that it doesn't mean that a paper money is not going to go away entirely. Like I think it's possible to have a CBDC and have physical currency as well. Um, Roseanne said, what about getting back to the gold standard? I don't I don't know that that will ever happen again. We've got too much inflation built on a fiat currency that I just don't think that we could ever get back to it. There's just not really I just don't think that there's any way that we ever get back to that system. So that's part of the reason. That's part of the reason why I say like I feel like a digital currency is not a bad thing because like I almost feel like it's a necessity. It's almost a necessity to have some kind of other currency that's created. Now the great thing about a digital currency is that it's blockchain, so they actually could track where all the money is being moved to, and it would make it much more difficult for a unfair market because you could track everything. The question is whether or not we'll get there anytime soon. I don't know. Probably not anytime really soon. Yo says, Casey, I'm a cash guy and it's getting increasingly difficult to pay ordinary bills with cash. Yep. I mean, we've been slowly pushed towards this for quite a while. I don't disagree with for anybody who thinks that I'm trying to say that I want to have a CBDC. I don't think that it's something that I want, but I feel like it's a necessity. It's almost like it's being we're getting into a situation where we're getting forced into having it. FF Hodl says digital currency will definitely be used to track everything you do. The government would never pass on the opportunity to abuse it. I agree. It has its positive and negatives. I'm not for it for a lot of reasons, but there's a lot of reasons why I feel like we have to have it also. So it's a double-edged sword, man. It really is. It's kind of like the internet. The internet can be used for great things, but it's also can be used for really bad things. And I think that digital currency would be very similar. You know, there'd be a lot of good aspects to it, but there's probably, I'm sure, a lot of downsides as well. One of the mods has changed their name to Flat Earth's Empty Brain Cavity. Which I don't even know how. Oh no, you're not really a mod. You're a fake mod. It's not a real mod. It's a fake mod. In the words of Agent Smith, it's inevitable. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I really do feel like it's kind of inevitable. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, if it truly and honestly is inevitable, and there's nothing that we can do to stop it from happening, and it has to happen, then you better start getting used to the idea and trying to figure out how you're going to make the best out of it. Because I really do feel like that's where we're heading. So I guess when it comes down to things, guys, I worked in an industry for many years where change was something that if you didn't like it, you weren't going to do well in your work, in your line of work. Every single every year's changes and changes, more changes. And so the mentality behind that is that you better get with the times and learn to change, even though it's uncomfortable, or else you're just not going to perform well. And so I'm kind of that attitude because I've been working that way for most of my life, to where if I see that something needs to change a certain way, I kind of just go with the flow, and I'm like, I'm going to go with the flow here, but I'm going to make sure that I'm prepared in advance for the change. That way, I'm a couple steps ahead of the change, and I'm making preparations for it. So that's really, I think, the trick here. Make sure you have preparations in advance for the change to a digital currency. Which I don't have any advice for right now. But yeah. Now is synthetically modded. I got tired of KFC. Hold the line. All right. Sounds good. I feel like this might be Donkey Kong that's changed his name. I don't know. No fate but what you make. Sarah Connor. Silver Surfer says, not all change is good. This is true. This is very true. I never said it was good. I'm just saying it was necessary. Shimmer says the Securities and Exchange Commission has removed a 1 billion cap on the amount of pension funds that can be tapped by Options Clearing Corporation in case of its members' default. Oh, dang. Is this breaking news, Shimmer? That's crazy. I haven't read this anywhere yet. Buck says it's called being versatile. Kind of. It's adapting. It's like being the Borg. Assimilate. Hayden says, "Will I get Sky Mile points with CBDC?" I don't see why you wouldn't. Jabibs, it does seem like it's years away still. I'm Flicker says, talk to me dirty. Uh, right here, baby. Roseanne says, are you ready for healthcare changes? They're happening right before our eyes. Think about that. I mean, oh man. Oh man. Think about having a CBDC and if there was a government mandated oh man, I'm gonna start all kinds of crazy. Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna talk about it because I'm just gonna start like all kinds of crazy crap going on in here. Can you imagine though if the government told you that if you didn't do something that they were gonna, like seize your funds? You're like, what? No. What did Manji said? Glenn Miller. Oh, okay. They already track everything you do. You're being monitored every day. When we work every ring doorbell captured driving down the street until the light cameras watched you till you got to work. Yeah. Maybe getting a shot, maybe not getting a shot. I don't know. Just saying. Yeah, Yo saying, Casey, you mean like Canada did with trucker supporters? Yep, that's exactly what I mean. Uh, if you guys have you guys seen the it was on Netflix a while ago. It was called, I don't know if they still have it up there or not. I think it was called Black Mirror. Um, it was I want to call them like current day Alfred Hitchcock type, like little short shorts, little shorts. It's just little short. I don't even want to call them videos, but it's anyways. They have like different each one of the different episodes is a different theme, and one of the themes in there is has to do with this like system where imagine like Facebook, right? Everybody walks around and you have like numbers floating above your head and whatnot, and like you have like a rating, like a social rating system. Because somebody just mentioned this in China. This is actually already happening in China. You have a social rating, right? And your social rating allows you to do and to not do things. So depending upon how good if your social rating isn't high enough, then you can't get housing in a certain area. Or if your social rating's not high enough, you can't get a plane ticket to go ride a plane somewhere. Or, you name it. So, and every interaction that you have with every single person gives them an opportunity, or even any kind of interaction whatsoever, and they can just decide to downvote you, and your social ratings goes down, and it forces you into a position to where you have to act or be a certain way in order to continue to get a higher social rating. Shimmer says this is going to make the government bailout possible. If they bail out the funds directly, the people will scream bloody murder. But no, no, no. If they don't, I think you meant if they don't. If they bail out the hedge funds directly, oh no, I see, you're right. If they bail out the hedge funds directly, the people will scream bloody murder. But if they frame it as bailing out pension funds, then people will probably feel there. Yeah, I would agree. I totally agree with that. And seeing as how Citadel's already framed it as apes are stealing pension fund money. And I was just talking about this earlier today, how that's, we're going to be framed as the ones who are stealing pension funds, even though we weren't the ones who made the bad bets. You don't understand, guys. I was like, I hate reading. For those of you, who are kind of new here, ADD, I got it. It sucks. It really sucks bad, and I hate reading because of it. I was about half of a brain cell away from getting up and reading 1984. Is it 1984? 1980. What's the Orwell book? Yeah, 1984. I've got it. I've got a copy of it. It's been on my bucket list of things to read, and you don't understand. I don't. Everybody always tells me audiobooks. It doesn't work unless it's somebody who's like really amazing to listen to. James Earl Jones, or I don't know, really exciting. It just doesn't work for me. I don't have the attention span because they're not reading quick enough. But I was half a brain cell away from getting up and grabbing the book and reading it until I fell asleep last night. And I think I'm going to try to do it today. I'm going to do it today because I have a feeling that there's going to be excerpts from that book that I'm going to want to use on the daily live stream that I wish I would have read had I not. I'm going to be regretting it if I don't read it now, because I'm almost positive I'm going to find out that there's like clips in that book or excerpts that I'm going to want to use as titles. Point Break Thor's okay with taking the hit. My guess is that there's likely a price point that they have to hit. I'm not sure exactly why there's the final minutes that there's a push down like this on Ape. My guess is that the overall, either the price of Ape is too high or the price of AMC or AMC and Ape together is too high for some reason or another. But it is definitely getting a push down there. You could kind of see it was going to break out though anyways. I mean, we're only talking like, what are we looking at, like 20 cents now? About 20 cents. So it's not terrible. But it's definitely taking the hit. Nikki says you can always watch the movie. I know that's what I pretty much like to do. A Brave New World. Man, Jeff, it's like I gotta pick and choose, man. I gotta pick and choose. I've read Animal Farm. Oh, Animal Farm. I read Animal Farm when I was in high school. Great book. That's why I have a feeling that's why I like 1984. David said, "Oh, all right, David. Now you got me. Now you got me thinking maybe I need to change my mind." Yo says, Casey, are you implying this goes on for a while? No. Crawled down the backside of that Bollinger Band pretty hard on that volume. The volume for this push down here was not very big. We had some of the larger points were maybe about 50 or 60,000 shares a minute. So there wasn't a whole big push there. I mean, almost every single one of these points was hitting the Bollinger, a 3 sigma Bollinger Band, not just regular Bollinger. We're getting the push down on AMC as well. Watch for a big push down on the market, guys, overnight. I mean, look at the VIX. The VIX is, come on, go away. The VIX is up 5.53%. This is what I told you about a bull trap. Watch really closely. Watch the SPY. See what happens with the SPY in the aftermarket hours. I mean, it's very unusual to see a SPY and the VIX up at the same time. Let me check and see if they borrowed any more shares for this quick push down here. Nope, no new shares borrowed. They did borrow shares for shorting, as we saw on Ape today. Last time I refreshed Ape, they had a total of 1.91 or almost 2 million shares that they had purchased in order to short with. They had borrowed. Howie Frog says your social credit might go down if you read 1984. I'm looking forward to it, AP. Let's do it, man. Let's get together. I would rather do that than read. You can save me from a night of choosing Orwell. Yeah, watch the aftermarket hours today, guys. I think it might be a little interesting to see what happens there. I don't know. Maybe it'll just trade sideways. We might actually get some good RSI push down from this big drop really quick like this. I mean, if you go over and you check out RSI on Ape, for example, if you go to the 1 hour, that just dropped our RSI from 70. No, from 77.45 all the way down to 58.81 and still leaves us up 4% for the day. So that really does help to cool off. Those really big quick moves like that help to cool off and allow us to continue to move upwards. So if anything, I would view it like that. View it as an attempt to cool off RSI for more movement upwards. We can watch The Big Short. That sounds like a good time, AP. I'm down. All right, let's do this. So you know what time of the day it is? Because I hate to break it to you. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Congratulations, you made it through the first day of this week, and we're up on both AMC and Ape. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, go walk your pets, or maybe go see a movie because you are, after all, backing a movie theater. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SN.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Dog goes woof, cat goes meow, bird goes tweet, and mouse goes squeak. Cow goes moo, frog goes croak, and the elephant goes toot. Ducks say quack, and fish go blub, and the seal goes ow, ow, ow. But there's one sound that no one knows. What does the fox say? What the fox say? What the fox say? Happy, happy, happy ho. Happy, happy, happy ho. Happy, happy, happy ho. What the fox say? What the fox say? Big blue eyes, pointy nose, chasing mice and digging holes. Tiny paws up the hill, Suddenly you're standing still. Your fur is red, so beautiful, like an angel in disguise. But if you meet a friendly host, will you communicate by MOASS? How will you speak to that host?